All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Blazier, Mr. Ullman, Mr. Scheck, people represented by Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, with regard to the schedule today, just to refresh your recollections, this afternoon we have to break at 3:45. One of our jurors has a dentist appointment that the transportation is difficult. The Sheriff's Department has asked that we break at 3:45 to allow for that juror to be transported to the dentist. Isn't that thrilling to have two sheriff's deputies drag you to the dentist? And what we will do we will take a break at 3:45 for 15 minutes, and then at 4 o'clock we will take up the evidentiary issue as to the Chicago telephone calls, that hearing. I understand that counsel for Mr. Furman wishes to be heard on the issue of getting copies of the so-called Furman tapes. I anticipate a representative from the city of Los Angeles will also appear to request from the court copies of those audio tapes and any transcripts that are in existence. So we'll have those hearings at 4 o'clock. And today is and we'll just go until we finish those hearings. All right.
With respect to scheduling, I don't expect until the afternoon that we will get to the issue of the SOC, but we have the submitted proposed stipulation having to do with what the testimony of counsel would be concerning the SOC examination. And in my letter, I said February 15th. It's February 16th. So we have the proposed stipulations about what Mr. Harmon, Mr. Clark, Mr. Blazier, and myself would testify to, which I propose that the court just read to the jury at the appropriate time. That's my proposal.
Have you discussed this with Mr. Goldberg?
Well, we submitted this memorandum to the court and to counsel yesterday. I don't know what their position is.
This is I saw it, Your Honor, although Mr. Scheck did mention something about a stipulation to me, and I didn't quite understand what he was saying. I think it was yesterday.
All right. When do you anticipate we'll get to the SOC issues, Mr. Scheck?
This afternoon.
All right. Then, Mr. Goldberg, why don't you take the morning to take a look at it for the lunch hour, and then we'll come back, and before we hit the SOC issue, then we'll take it up again.
And, Your Honor, how long is the lunch break today?
Let's go 1 hour today. All right, anything else before I have the jury come out?
Your Honor, there were several issues that we wanted to take up that we did not need to get to yesterday for the evidence that was presented in the afternoon. One was as to the question of the the swatch drawing experiment. I don't know whether we need to bring that up now or whether that can be reserved for the afternoon. Maybe Mr. Scheck can let us know about that.
When do you anticipate, Mr. Scheck, getting to the sock drying experiment? All right, then we'll take it up this afternoon.
Oh, Your Honor, may I propose, we were served with that memo yesterday, so if I could suggest we would like an opportunity to give a written reply, and we can take it up Friday morning.
All right, I don't have a problem with that.
Just for the record.
It's not like we don't have a lot of things to do.
Right.
I was saying swatch, not sock. Swatch drawing experiment.
We know.
No, I understand.
Okay, all right. The other issue, Your Honor, was that we've discussed before the question of trying to get examination quality photographs of at least the exhibits that counsel has put on the board. They gave us photographs of photographs. It's not a technical dispute. The problem is that when you're looking at tiny little parallel lines and the like, and you're trying to decide what is that and where did it come from and such, it can't really be done with a photo of a photo. So I think the people are entitled to actual photographs and even possibly the negatives, although it's conceivable that the photographs themselves might suffice.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, do you have a specific list of which photos you want?
Well, I wanted actual photographs of everything on the defendant's boards with the The
With
only things that I think I have photographs of now, and I'm not talking about my photographs, the only things of theirs where I think I actually have photographs are the photographs that were taken by Dr. Lee on the 25th of June at Bundy and Rockingham. I believe what defense provided to me in that regard appears to be an actual photograph as opposed to a photo of a photo. Other than that, everything else that I've received from the defense is a photo of a photo. So that's one issue, Your Honor. The other issue as to some of the boards is that, particularly in the area of the hair and trace examinations, there are a series of boards that talk about evidence found. We believe that the term evidence is argumentative in that context, in the sense that the things that are found are sometimes soil, debris that would
So
not have
what do you propose we call it? Stuff?
hair and trace. Or stuff, if the court prefers. I'd like stuff, but hair and trace would be fine. I mean, that is a technical term as opposed to evidence, which implies that it's something that has a probative evidentiary significance in this case. Because obviously the people will be arguing, as we're entitled to, that these items do not. And I believe from my conversations with Dr. Lee, he would agree with that, at least as to many, if not most, of these items. So we do feel that the term evidence is a loaded concept and an argumentative one.
I think the document's testimony would make it clear that this
Do you
term.
really
is being-
find yourself compelled to argue this?
No.
All right. That objection as to the use of the word evidence on the boards is overruled. It's not an inappropriate phrase in the context of this case. All right, as to the Mr. Scheck, Mr. Goldberg, would you prepare a list of the items, the actual photographs keyed to the exhibits, so I know specifically which photos you want produced? Because I agree with you that if you're going to have your own expert do re-comparisons of items, you need to have an actual photograph. But I need to have a specific list for any order that I issue. All right, so if you'll submit that to the court, and time is of the essence, because if they're photographs that have to be reproduced from negatives, obviously that'll take some time. All right. All right, Deputy Magnero, let's have the jurors, please. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Lee, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, let the record reflect that Dr. Henry Lee is again on the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck on behalf of the defendant. Good morning again, Dr. Lee.
Good morning.
Doctor, you are reminded, sir, that you are still under oath, and Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lee, we were talking yesterday about imprint evidence at Bundy, and we had discussed first the board concerning the walkway, second the board concerning the pieces of paper, and now I'd like to turn our attention to a third board dealing with Mr. Goldman's jeans.
All right, Mr. Scheck, have we marked this board yet?
We have not, I think this would be, memory serves 1339.
All right, 1339. Are there any remains on this matter?
Sorry?
Any remains?
No.
All right, Mr. Bancroft, may I see this, please? Thank you. Mr. Scheck.
Dr. Lee, if you could come down from the witness stand. And Dr. Lee, on February 19th, believe a little over a month or so into this trial, did you have an opportunity to examine Mr. Goldman's jeans?
Yes, sir.
And could you describe, using the photograph on the far left-hand side, the blood spatter patterns that you found?
The first picture on the left-hand side appears to depict an overall view of the front portion of the blue jean of Mr. Goldman. What we're viewing now is flat. The blue jean put on the, appear to be on the piece of paper. By no means, but I'm trying to say this is a three-dimensional setting of somebody wear a blue jean like this. That's only shows a two-dimensional setting. On the left-hand side, we see large amount of blood stain, covers from the top and downwards. In between, there are a couple of areas, we see the bald area. In addition, we see blood spatter, like cat. Other could be bloody imprint. However, when a large amount of blood cover the surface, those difficult to see and very difficult to determine what type of evidence. However, on the right-hand side, the amount of blood is much less than the left-hand side. On the waistband area, we have a large blood pattern. In the lower leg area, we do see large amount of blood pattern. In addition, some blood drops, blood spatters, but this middle portion appear to have a lot of imprint type of pattern. This is a black and white picture. It's not a color picture. The real color picture of this jean supposed to look like blue jean. By the way, it's a Levi type of blue jean. The black area is consistent with reddish color like stain.
Dr. Lee, and the reason that you have put these up in black and white is what?
I'm not sure this is my picture or the picture State provided to me. It's a black and white picture. It shows the pattern.
Now, Dr. Lee, have you been able to identify 3 areas of imprints that are of interest here that are depicted on the board?
Yes, sir.
Calls for a conclusion as to whether they're of
Sustained
interest.
foundation.
All right. Do you have a red tape with you?
No, I don't have red tape.
You
I
don't?
have a red marker.
Well, I'm talking about the red line tape. Oh.
Used to be on the tables anyway.
Be looking for Mr. Scheck.
He had a sort of red twine.
One.
Well, let me turn your attention first to imprint, what is labeled imprint 1. Could you please indicate for us, perhaps on the photograph, the larger photograph, where imprint 1 is? And Your Honor, the record should reflect that we have created plastic overlays around each of these pictures so that Dr. Lee can draw on the plastic overlays.
All right, record should also reflect that this exhibit 1339 is comprised of 4 photographs. One photograph is marked blue jeans, and the remaining 3 are imprint 1, 2, and 3. Proceed.
Yes, sir. Imprint number 1 is located in this area.
Could you just put a 1 to the left of that arrow? Thank you.
The landmark of this, we see 3 consecutive drops. Here's the 3 consecutive drops. That's the only area on this side of blue jean shows this landmark pattern. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We see a imprint like pattern on the top right corner, which is here. We see a imprint pattern consistent with a linear type of pattern in the middle portion, which in this location. And we see additional pattern like 2 V's, which located in here. So imprint number 1 is the lower right side of the lake area of this blue jean.
Now, when you talk about the V patterns, what kind of patterns are those?
When I talk about V pattern,
Could you put V's top of those arrows?
this V pattern could cause by so-called according effect. When the blue jean crunched up, the pants or shirt crunched up, some blood transfer onto this crunched area. Later, when you smooth it out, the exposed area going to have blood transfer. Unexposed area, exposed area have a bar. Now it looks like a V. Actually, like play accordion. When folding, transfer, when you stretch down, you see this pattern. So which indicative, this portion of blue jean probably crunched up a little bit. And we see 2 V's. If we see a multiple V's, that's crunched up a lot.
Is there blood dripping patterns here?
In this location, we see blood drip.
Could you please mark that BD? Now, do you see, Dr. Lee, in imprint area number 1, parallel line imprint patterns?
I see some parallel line consistent with imprint.
Could you please indicate where that is? And could you mark below the arrow, why don't we call it
Yeah,
PLP, parallel line imprint pattern? What you think is appropriate?
you're the lawyer, I'm a scientist.
Well,
LP.
is there anything else that we should discuss about imprint number 1?
Here, I have another imprint which I cannot tell, but it's not the parallel line.
You want to, how would you like to label that, question mark, or
You're an attorney, tell me, you want to always.
what do you think is the most scientifically appropriate term? All right.
Imprint with a question mark.
Moving now to imprint number 2.
Imprint number 2. Again, we see some according effect. In addition, we see a pretty clear imprint on the, if I'm the board on my right hand lower corner, this location. In the center of this location. It appears to be, have some parallel line.
So could you label that circle pattern PLP again? And could you show us where on Mr. Goldman's jeans on the right pant leg that would be? Could you put a 2 near that arrow? Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, with respect to imprint area number 2, is the parallel line pattern that you've circled there consistent with a partial shoe print?
I cannot definitively say that's definite a shoe print. It could be.
Now is there anything else we should note about this area before turning to imprint number 3? Now I'd ask you to turn to imprint area number 3.
Imprint pattern number 3. Here appear to have a path. Again, looks like a block, a group of blocks. Very difficult to say whether or not this is a shoe print or not, just like any other imprint pattern. I noticed some imprint pattern. At this point in time, I examine a blue jean flat, a 2-dimensional examination, which not really represent 3-dimensional settings. Very difficult for any scientist to go back mentally reconstruct that blue jean in a 3-dimensional setting. All I'm coming here today to report to you, they are imprint evidence on the blue jean. There are other imprint evidence in this location appear to have some parallel line.
You're marking those PLP?
And this group of parallel lines appear to be applied on top of each other on multiple applications. How that happened? The simple
No
explanation.
question pending, Your Honor.
Stay ask.
All right. So you're indicating here that this parallel line pattern on imprint number 3, that there are a series of them on top of each other.
It appears to be.
All right. Can you, what mechanism, well, let me ask this. Is this consistent with multiple contacts from whatever it is that is making the parallel line pattern impression, a parallel line imprint?
An imprint is created by an object with a certain design. It's a sort of like a replica. If this is a stamp, if I stamp on, it's going to cause an imprint. If the multiple imprint on top of each other, which could suggest have a multiple contact.
If the mechanism that caused this imprint was a shoe, is this consistent with partial shoe impressions kicking multiple times in that area?
If is a shoe, and which suggests it could be a multiple contact by the same type of a design, parallelism.
If this parallel line imprint comes from a shoe, could it be the Bruno Magli shoe?
No,
It would be some other shoe.
if this is a shoe print, this is a different type of design than Bruno Magli.
Now, these are partial imprint patterns.
Yes, sir.
Are they all consistent with being in blood?
Yes, sir.
Are they against the grain of the fabric?
Yes.
Do these parallel line imprint patterns, they are not caused by folding of the fabric?
No.
In other words, the accordion effect comes from the folding of the fabric, but these parallel line imprints do not.
Does not.
The ones you've located, you've indicated, are on the right leg.
Right.
All right. Now, as I understand your testimony, the left leg, in the area that is covered more with blood, one cannot see such patterns.
I cannot tell any pattern. Just cover saturated with blood. I don't think anyone can come here and say they can see pattern through the blood.
Are these parallel line imprint patterns that you've identified for us, they're on different locations and come from different directions?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I request at this time, did we put in, could you please identify where imprint pattern number 3 is?
In this area.
Your Honor, since this board is such that I think one requires study, may I request that the jury be allowed to come up and look at each of these markings now?
All right, let me have counsel take a seat. All right, Deputy Jackson, I think we may need to open the door here. Side door. All right, and we'll start with 1386. Soon as Deputy Jex will come down around. reflect that each one of our jury members has had the opportunity to carefully examine Defense Exhibit 1339. Mr. Scheck.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Dr. Lee, I'd like to go back for a moment to what I believe is 1337. This is the first board entitled Imprint Evidence of Funding. Yep. First of all, Dr. Lee, I think that trying to complete yesterday's testimony, we neglected to draw circles around the imprints that you described yesterday on the piece of paper and the envelope. The piece of paper being marked 1338A and the envelope being marked 1338B. Could you please do so? And maybe could we mark that, would it be accurate to mark that as PLP, parallel line pattern?
All right, Dr. Lee's placed a blue semicircle on 1338A.
Ask you to do the same thing with respect to 1338B.
All right, and the witness has complied.
Now, Dr. Lee, with respect to both 1338A and 1338B, I'd ask that first 1338A, is this parallel line imprint pattern consistent with having been made in blood?
Yes,
So that means whatever caused this imprint had blood on it or stepped on blood? How does that work?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
the parallel line, as I explained a minute ago, represent an object. An object have certain structure, pattern. This just a replicate when this object surface design have some blood transfer, have a physical contact, a direct contact with this portion of the paper. A stationary contact. If a movement, we're going to see smear, a contact. Cause this transfer. However, subsequently, some other blood stand got on top of this. So, covers a portion of this path. Therefore, difficult to see it.
Now, I'd just like to take 1338A and I'll walk from the right to the jury box to the left and slowly display that at court permission.
Proceed. Mr. Douglas, would you give Dr. Lee our short pointer there since it's a little more visible?
Thank you.
Sure. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And may I do the same thing briefly with 1338B?
Yes, you may.
Now, yesterday you drew circles around patterns on 1337A and 1337B.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps for consistency's sake, first on 1337B, would it be accurate to mark this one as a PLP as well?
Yes.
And 1337A, would it be accurate to mark that as PLP? And would you say that that is in fact a shoe print?
Yes, sir.
So let's mark that PLP and then underneath it write shoe print. Now, with respect to 1337A and 1337B, are the parallel line patterns here consistent with having been made in blood?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, may I again slowly display these?
Although I seem to recollect we did that yesterday with those. But go ahead.
We just held them up, but I don't think we...
Go ahead.
Dr. Lee, could, on 1337, there's a diagram of the Bundy area and some dots on it. Could you draw lines between these pictures indicating where all of them are located with respect to those dots?
Yes. The extremely left corner one is located on number 10 tile. The middle one located between 5th and 6th tile. The envelope is approximately in this location. The piece of paper it's on the lower level walkway. The blue jean located approximately this location. This a limit pattern here is somewhere along the walkway.
And incidentally, Dr. Lee, with respect to the parallel line imprint pattern that you identified for us on this June 12th, June 13th walkway photograph, in theory, is it possible that that imprint pattern could arise from an imperfection in the tile?
It could be because I only look at the picture. I myself did not have an opportunity to go there, identify the tile. It could be anything. I don't want to mislead people. And ladies and gentlemen, say that's a shoe print. By no means, I did not say that's a shoe print. Just a partial imprint with some parallel line.
You say that, so with respect to, I guess, all the imprint patterns, other than what I think we've marked as the lower right-hand photograph on 1337 and a larger photograph that we've called 1337A, you cannot definitively call these parallel line imprint patterns, with that exception, a shoe print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, are these parallel line imprint patterns consistent with coming from the Bruno Magli,
No,
Mr. Goldman's boot?
no,
Could they come from Mr. Goldman's jeans?
no,
Could they come from Mr. Goldman's shirt?
inconsistent.
All right. Could it come from a lip print,
No, it's not that different.
an ear print?
Your year, no,
All right, I'm loath to say it, nose print.
no. Not be, this is inconsistent with the nose print either.
However, these parallel line imprint patterns are consistent with having come from a shoe.
Good have.
Now, Dr. Lee, if we assume that these parallel line imprint patterns come from a shoe, I think you've told us they are not consistent with the Bruno Magli or Mr. Goldman shoe, correct?
Yes,
Would that mean that it, assuming it's a shoe print, it came from another person?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor, improper hypotheticals.
Sustain.
Dr. Lee, in your experience at crime scenes, have you ever seen a single assailant wear two pairs of shoes?
Argument, Your Honor.
Oh,
no,
I think we're finished with these boards now.
all right. Mr. Harris, may I ask counsel to have a seat, please?
Now, Dr. Lee, you were discussing with us in the course of your description of the imprint pattern evidence, different kinds of bloodstained patterns. Is that correct?
I'm confused about question. Can you
Sure.
rephrase that, please?
There's a discipline of analysis known as blood-stained spatter or splatter interpretation.
Bloodstain pattern analysis.
Right.
Yes,
And you were making reference in your testimony so far to certain kind of blood-stained patterns.
yes, sir.
All right. And are there different kinds of patterns that an expert in this area can identify?
You mean bloodstain pattern?
That's correct.
Yes.
All right. Is there a way that you can demonstrate for us, by the use of paper and ink, the different kinds of blood-stained patterns that you've already discussed and you would discuss in our examination of further evidence in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask permission to, with a bottle of red ink and paper, have Dr. Lee demonstrate different kinds of blood-stained patterns.
No.
Overruled.
What I would suggest, Your Honor, is that we have some paper, may I consult with Dr. Lee as to which is the best form of paper with this work is on? Some red ink, and what I would suggest is that Dr. Lee be given permission to take the ink, the paper, and using this,
All right, we need to have Dr. Lee examine the papers to see which ones he feels is appropriate first. Mr. Scheck. And Dr. Lee, you can step down, but if you would, because you will have your back to the court reporter, if you'd keep your voice up, please.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, it appears that Dr. Lee has a stack of what appears to be white cotton fiber paper and various inks.
What kind of paper is this, Dr. Lee? Just
The 25% cover.
Dr. Lee, with the use of the red ink in the paper, can you demonstrate for us bloodstain patterns?
Yes. The blood circulating in our body system in a constant speed depends on capillary, vein, or artery. We have a different speed. Artery circulating faster than the vein circulating faster than the capillary. This circulation system,
Not at this time, I'll check if Dr. Lee's answer is narrative, it's also not responsive.
Now, in response to the question, do you want to have him explain the blood system and how it impacts
Yes,
blood patterns?
As a predicate for explaining bloodstain patterns, could you explain for us briefly something about the circulatory system as it relates to how blood comes out of the body?
yes. In this closed circulation system, carry the oxygen nutrient through the body. That's why we can function. Once this system interrupt, the blood will come out. Depends which part of the body. If an artery, the blood will gushing, so-called arterial spurting, arterial gushing. If a vein was cut, the blood will rush out. If it's just a capillary cut, the blood will dripping up. Once it's come out of our body, we cannot take it back in it. We cannot control it. The environment and the physics takes it over. It's no longer can be controlled by an individual. Once the blood come out, it will deposit to a surface. The surface usually is the lowest surface, whatever lowest surface. For example, here, that's if I drip in the blood or ink onto this surface, that's the lowest surface. If I drip here, the carpet going to be lowest surface. And stop on the surface, according to the physics, the gravity.
Could you demonstrate for the jury, for example, you mentioned a drop, what is known as a low velocity drop?
Yes. if the blood come out without any force, just dripping, going to form certain patterns. This pattern generally we consider a low velocity blood draw.
Right. The record should reflect that Dr. Lee has taken bottle of, out of a bottle of red ink, a dropper, I'm sorry, an eyedropper and dropped it directly down onto a piece of paper. And how would you like to label this one, Dr. Lee? We should use
Low velocity
Excellent.
drops.
Just low velocity draw. You just create some blood smear.
I smeared the paper and I created blood smear on one piece of paper.
Dr. Lee, is this actually ink that you're using?
Yeah, actually,
All right, thank you.
regular knowledge. Maybe I should put some paper underneath it.
Now, on this low velocity drop, the way you did it, it was vertical?
Is directly perpendicular to the surface, a 90-degree drop.
Now, if one were to measure the diameter of those drops, could this be correlated with the source of it to the target?
In general, we can do an estimation. We have to know the substrata. Is this paper, carpet, pavement, or wood? Each substrata surface will have different effect. You cannot use the paper to compare a carpet, or use the carpet to compare a pavement. Therefore, you have to know the drop size, how big a drop, and have to know the substrata. Sometimes we can make some correlation. We cannot make a, say, exact determination how high.
But can one make a reasonable approximation in certain instances by measuring the diameter of a vertical drop such as this with respect to where the source was?
If we know every parameters, then we can make a reasonable interpretation.
Is it therefore important when documenting, preserving evidence at a crime scene to make an effort to document the size of drops?
Yes, we generally conduct such documentation.
And the photographs taken in this case of the bloodstain evidence at the Bundy and Rockingham scenes, did they contain rulers in them so that such measurements could be made?
I did not have opportunity to see every photograph. I cannot tell you. The photograph, what I examined, I did not see rulers.
Now, on these,
Oh.
now with respect to this low velocity drop, are there something known as jagged edges and satellite spatter?
Yes. If you look at the periphery area, you see this jagged edge and small spatter around this main group. Those called satellite pattern.
Now, is there something known as angular deposits at low velocity?
Well, before we go,
Was there some, before we discuss angular deposits, is there another point you think should be made?
We
so
should
we can
be made.
understand it? Yes.
Oh, ask the question.
Council just asked me,
Oh, wait. Ask the question, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Lee, could you please continue your description of,
That's not a question.
all right?
That's a direct.
Before we discuss the issue of angular deposits, is there a principle that we should appreciate?
yes,
What is that?
this diameter thing sometimes give us some information, how big a drop, what the possible estimation of distance by correlation of a known testing, such as, let's say, assume everything equal. We use the paper, if I let the drop down in about 3 inches, second one, 6 inches, keep increase the distance. You see the diameter varies. When I increase the distance. But to a limit, doesn't matter how I increase the distance, will not increase the diameter. That reach the terminal velocity.
So this piece,
Otherwise, if I climb up a tall building, such as Empire State Building, drop of ink, it will cover the whole Manhattan. Because this relationship, it's not going to happen this way, only to a certain distance. That's why this correlation, you just change the pattern.
let the record reflect first that Dr. Lee took the eyedropper and dropped a series of drops, as he indicated, at different heights on this piece of paper, and causing circles of different size as he went upwards, increasingly larger. And when I took the paper to move it and show it to the other jurors, I turned it a little, and it caused some of those drops to move, but
If you had asked for my permission, I would have encouraged you to wait till it dried a little.
thank you, Your Honor, and I should have done that, and you're right. Dr. Lee, how would we mark this piece of paper
Drop size,
drop size?
a low velocity blow.
Drop size, low velocity. We now ready to discuss angular deposits?
Yes.
Could you please describe for us what an angular deposit is, low velocity?
What so far we talking about, the receiving surface is flat, horizontal. But in a three-dimensional setting, a room or scene, you have vertical surface. For example, the wall. You have inclining surface in an angle. A drop of blood deposit on a vertical surface, a wall, or inclining surface will have a different pattern than what I just had a minute ago I demonstrated. Those called angular deposit. If the source of this liquid almost parallel to the receiving surface, when I drop, it form a specific pattern. If I vary this surface angle a little bit, it change the shape. finally become 90-degree receiving surface, it will become a circular pattern.
Any juror in the back row who thinks they need to stand up to view any of these things, feel free to do so. All right, 165, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
How should we label this one?
Angular deposit.
Low velocity?
Yes.
Your Honor, when we finish with these, we'll put numbers on all of them.
Mr. Scheck, 10:30.
I'm sorry?
10:30.
10:30. So it would be fair to say that the impact angle can be determined to some extent by the width and length of the bloodstain pattern.
Yes.
If one were to measure the width and length of the bloodstain pattern,
Yes.
can that give useful information to do a reconstruction as to the source?
Yes, we can determine the possible angle of deposit.
And is that something that ought to be done when properly processing a crime scene?
I usually, if a blood pattern become crucial, we document.
Now, is there something known as medium velocity?
Yes.
All right. And could you describe that for us?
A medium velocity involving certain force. Could be an internal force, the blood pressure, or an external force. For example, a person swing a hand, swing a bat, or a weapon. Those encompass a large group of a bloodstain pattern we call medium velocity bloodstain pattern.
And can one determine direction or position from this?
Sometimes, yes, we can go back, reconstruct the possible direction of impact, can project it back, say the possible source, the location of the blood source.
Can you demonstrate for us, for example, what is impact spatter? Well, first, let's move. Can you demonstrate for us medium velocity
Yes.
drops?
A medium velocity, as I indicates quite a few different type. The simplest type we usually see at the scene, that's a medium velocity pattern. A medium velocity pattern give you a direction. It usually consists several, a trail. When this force increase, the spot getting smaller. Now this also consistent with a medium velocity cast-off path. Sometimes we can look at how many trails at the scene, determine how many blew or possibly weapon was lifted up and down by looking at the ceiling, look at the wall.
Sustain. Ask another question.
Perhaps we could take this first piece of paper and we'll mark it medium velocity 1. And the second, medium velocity 2. And would it be fair to say that increased velocity, smaller
Yes,
pattern?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Scheck, I'm going to direct that we mark all of these blood spatter or drop demonstration papers as Defense Exhibit 1340A through whatever. And what I would like for you to do at the conclusion of the court date, present to Mrs. Robertson a key, 1340A through B, and then a key as to what it is
Yes.
for the record, with a copy to the prosecution.
Is there any other pattern with respect to medium velocity that you think we should demonstrate to understand bloodstain patterns?
Impact spatter.
What is impact spatter?
Impact spatter, if have some liquid blood in a surface, if force direct apply to the surface can cause a splash pattern or projected pattern, and all those patterns are considered medium velocity spatter pattern.
Can you demonstrate one for us?
You're making Juror 63 awfully nervous.
Right. That's why I feel very reluctant to do that. You have to hold it. Can you see it? Or maybe like this.
Mr. Goldberg, if you want to stand up and move away, you're welcome to do so.
I'm the one that's going to pay for this suit, I think.
Give, say, a couple drop of blood on the surface. If a force apply to the surface, you're going to have certain so-called medium velocity pattern.
Yeah, I've got them right there.
You just ruined the pattern.
No, no.
Simple.
That's
That's a medium velocity pattern. It's a projected pattern.
I'm going to write on this exhibit.
Is that still a viable pattern, given Dr. Lee's comment?
Let me ask. Dr. Lee, would you examine that, and is that a,
In general, still.
actually, a medium velocity impact pattern?
Projected.
Medium velocity, and what do you want to say?
Projected pattern.
Projected pattern.
Mr. Scheck, are we going to go much further in this demonstration?
I think we'll finish it exactly the break.
No, I'm. Have you ever been to a Gallagher show?
Doesn't he use more props, or?
Well, we're getting close.
Okay,
All right. I'm just concerned about the proximity.
yes.
This is a medium velocity impact.
This, this one as well?
This is a, have some medium velocity pattern, also imprint.
Okay.
This time I would object any further demonstrations as being irrelevant.
Over.
Now, you've handed me this piece of paper. You put your fingers on after you slammed the table.
Yes.
Could you please, and you are characterizing this as a medium velocity pattern and imprint. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Those are direct contact imprint. However, on the paper, some small spatter also deposit on this piece of paper. So here you have a combination of two patterns. An experienced examiner can look at this pattern, determine the sequence, which one applied first, the imprint or a spatter.
So we'll label this combination imprint spatter. Now, would it be fair to say that what is a compression?
A compression, which I just demonstrate, have some law-like material directly contact the surface with a energy or force without lateral movement. That's a compression.
Is the paper you have there a compression?
Yes. If this compression with a movement, that become a smear. This is a compression, this is a smear. Both have to have surface contact.
I'm going to label the pattern that is compression. And the other one is smear. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, is there something known as a mirror image?
Yes.
Could you please demonstrate what that is?
If you have one surface, have some wet blood, the next surface have a contact, you have a mirror image. If this surface against another surface, now we have a wet transfer.
Let's mark the paper that is, I've marked mirror image. The record should reflect is the paper that Dr. Lee dropped blood on and then folded, creating the mirror image. And then the piece of paper where he then took the mirror image pattern and placed it on another piece of paper, that one should be called wet
Wet
transfer.
Thank you.
Dr. Lee, what is a wipe and what is a swipe?
If a surface have some liquid, blood, ketchup, or anything, if a person use a kitchen towel or a person's clothes, contact and wipe it, that's called wipe. Now this surface have some transfer, if touch a clean surface, now this become a swipe. Wipe and swipe. Both are transfer pattern, but different, which an experienced examiner can tell at the scene which one is which.
Let's mark
Wipe and swipe. Wipe.
the wipe is when the blood is there.
A surface touch that, brushed over, and that's called wipe.
And the swipe,
Swipe is another surface, for example, my clothing have some blood, touch a clean surface, that's a swipe.
could you describe for us what are known as contact patterns?
Which we already indicate a contact pattern can be any surface with some amount of liquid, finger, shoes, ear, nose, body, touch a surface and cause a direct transfer that's called a contact pattern. If this bottle touch surface leave a pattern, that's a contact transfer pattern.
Would you call that a stationary contact?
Yes.
So how would you suggest we label this?
Stationary contact.
Stationary contact. Is there such a thing as dynamic contact?
A dynamic contact is with a movement. Contact with a movement. Now you have a pattern with a movement pattern. This movement can cause the deposit surface, receiving surface can be both moved or one surface moved, and we can tell the direction of this movement.
Label this
Dynamic
dynamic contact.
with movement.
Dr. Lee, are there any other bloodstain patterns that we believe we should demonstrate to understand your testimony about, that we're going to be discussing about bloodstain evidence at the crime scene?
There are many other patterns. However, some pattern not totally relevant, such as high velocity blood spatter pattern that's due to gunshot. Or some pattern which difficult to demonstrate arterial spur, arterial gushing, which I really
Don't want to do
think
here.
To do here.
All right. Your Honor, I think this would be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning recess. Remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Dr. Lee, you can step down. Notice the whispering is getting a little loud. Mr. Neufeld being the primary offender in this. I know, but he's still the primary offender, because when I can hear counsel talking, and I heard it from both ends. All right, you guys have plenty of post-it notes. You can pass notes. If you need to converse with each other, go back to counsel table. But if you're within standing and near the rail, you're not to speak to each other.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Hold on. Got enough water there, Dr. Lee?
Yes.
All right. All right, are we done with the Gallagher show? Mr. Sheck?
Yes.
All right. All right, did you, I need a catalog of what each one of those things are. All right. It's probably the elevators. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. regulators.
Your Honor, should I say Tom Sharp,
Which board are you going to?
closed in proxy?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. Henry Lee is again on the witness stand, still undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck. And Mr. Scheck, you've placed another board on the
Yes.
easel, and this does reflect, has one photograph that reflects remains. So I'm going to direct Mr. Bancroft to avoid this board.
No, I don't believe it does.
It does.
Oh, yes.
It does. All right, avoid that, Mr. Bancroft. All right, proceed. And do you want to mark this
Yes.
as next in order? This would be defense
1341.
1341. Mrs. Robertson? All right, 1341. Proceed.
Dr. Lee, call your attention now to a board that we've marked 1341 entitled Bloodstain from Closed-In Area of Bundy. With the court's permission, may Dr. Lee
Yes, you may.
get off the witness stand and with the aid of a pointer or whatever else you want to use, Dr. Lee?
All right, Mr. Bancroft, the remains are in the bottom row.
Right-hand photo.
If you can catch the top two rows, you can do those. Do not go to the bottom row. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Scheck.
Now, Dr. Lee, what does the center picture in this board depict?
The center picture, second row, second line, second column, second row. This depicts an overall view of a corner of a fenced-in area at the Bundy scene.
And Dr. Lee, are there recognizable blood spatter patterns that are highlighted in the peripheral pictures on this board?
Yes,
Now, whose pictures are these?
those are the pictures supplied to me by Attorney Shapiro.
So these are from, to the best of your knowledge, the prosecution.
Yes, sir.
And with respect to these bloodstain patterns, there are no rulers in these pictures so that we can measure any of these deposits.
I did not see any.
Now, ask that this photograph be marked as 1341A.
All right, 1341A.
And what is that?
This appeared to be a copy. This appeared to be a copy of this one.
So 1341A is the original from which a print was made that is the center picture on the board 1341.
I don't think it's an original, probably a copy of another one.
Right. But it's an earlier generation.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
You don't talk about it.
Now, let me call your attention first to the upper left-hand corner. Could you, do you recognize, that's the one that has the photo card number 119.
109. This one, 119.
119. And what does that represent?
This appear to be depict a location of the fence near the gate area.
And could you point out on the center picture the direction that would be?
Appear to be this location.
So that's the front gate area.
Yes.
And what is that bloodstain pattern?
Those are considered as medium velocity cast-off pattern.
And what, if anything, can you determine from that pattern with respect to the blood source?
In this location, it depicts a group of blood stains. However, this picture is slightly out of focus because this is a cylindrical surface. It's not the photographer's fault because the surface have a curvature. So certain area in focus, certain area out of focus. However, this group of stains shows a direction consistent with from, if I face the picture, left to right. This appear to be indicates a location about approximately 3 feet, 2 inches high from the ground, which means the blood source has to be at least that high, which again indicates the source has to be in a vertical position.
Now, photo number 119, that would be item number 54 on LAPD item numbers as recorded in this case?
And I don't know.
Well, is it, when you say 3 foot 2 inches up, you're referring to the measurements recorded by Mr. Fung.
Yes.
So in other words, he recorded these bloodstain items as being 3 feet 2 inches above, up on this pole.
I assume, I don't know which drop, I assume in general location. That's why I say approximate.
Now, what does this indicate? This, would you characterize this as horizontal cast-off pattern?
It's consistent with,
And what would that indicate about the blood? If this, the source of this blood were a person, would that be consistent with somebody being standing upright?
yes.
Do you know whose blood that is, or is there any typing indicating whose blood that is, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Now, which picture would you like to move to next in terms of indicating bloodstain patterns?
We can finish
Please proceed.
column number 1. The next photograph going to be the second picture of column 1. This picture depicts a variety of bloodstain patterns. The first group I notice is in the center post, which correlate to this location. At the center post, I can see a contact transfer pattern, smear pattern, additional contact transfer pattern, and some dripping pattern on this one area.
Now, what does that indicate with respect to, well, what determinations can you make as to the blood source from that?
Which indicative either somebody's clothing or body or surface have a direct contact of this location, cause a transfer, and subsequently have another contact. At the same time, I see some blood dripping, which means have liquid blood flow downwards.
So just from that pole, from the two contact smears made at different times,
Could be different time, could be same time.
and blood dripping down.
Yes.
What other bloodstain pattern do you see in that photograph?
This area depicts the back portion of this metal gate. If we start counting this as column 1, 2, 3, 4, I can see star number 5, 6, 7, and 8 have a variety of patterns. We see a contact, we see a smear, we see some swiping pattern, wiping pattern, we see angular deposit, we see vertical driplet, a variety of different patterns appear on this location.
Can we tell anything about the source of that from these photographs?
Those angular deposit, those drop has to be above the surface, have a vertical direction. How high, I cannot tell you, but has to be above. This contact, which means have a direct transfer. And smear on different location means movement.
Movement meaning multiple contact.
Multiple contact with a dynamic movement, either a wipe or swipe type of fashion.
If we could have done measurements, or if measurements had been taken of these bloodstain patterns, would that be more useful information in doing a more complete reconstruction of what occurred and when?
Assume specs not evidence of any reconstructions.
Sustained. Phrase question.
If measurements had been made at the scene, could that give additional information that could assist in making further determinations as to the source of the blood?
Speculation is vague.
Oral.
If with measurement and clear documentation, maybe we can do some further limit reconstruction.
You indicated you were going to move now to the, and this is a word, the bottom left-hand photograph on this board.
Yes. This is a close-up view depict the column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, and 5th, this location, with a number plate 101, which depicts a beeper-like object. In addition, on this surface, we see transfer pattern, wiping, swiping, and dripping. On the ground, I see patterns consistent with a vertical driplet.
Now, that beeper, would that be consistent with the beeper being kicked under that pole?
Well, it's also
Sustained.
Well, in terms of the soil surface there, would you expect that if the beeper, if dropped from a height, to bounce?
also speculation.
Oral.
No foundation for
Sustained.
All right. You've been to the Bundy crime scene?
I only visit the scene, as I indicated yesterday, a brief inspection on June 25th. I did not visit the original scene.
But you did see the dirt in that closed-in area.
Yes.
Oral.
And from what you see, would you expect a beeper dropped from some height to bounce on that soil?
no foundation speculation.
Sustained.
Anything else with respect to bloodstain patterns on this photograph of interest?
On the ground, on the leaves and soil, I see multiple drops. Those are consistent with a low velocity blood drops, which indicative the blood source has to be above this area and dripping onto the soil surface.
Would you move now to the picture in the middle of the top row?
The middle of the top row have a number plate 109, which depicts a close-up view showing the back metal fence between the 5th, 6th, and 7th, this area. This photograph is a much better picture which we can look at the pattern and shows much more detail compared to the previous one. Have a direct contact transfer, have a transfer smear, another dynamic transfer and dripping pattern, further contact pattern, angular deposit, a row of 3. Here have more drops, and in addition, on the ground and the leaf material, we see multiple drops.
Could those drops be from more than one source?
Speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Is there any way from looking at that photograph determining how many individuals contributed to those blood-stained patterns?
No foundation.
Oh,
I cannot make such determination how many persons contribute those blood drops.
But can you say something with respect to whether or not a source of those blood drops was upright in that area?
Assume those,
Vague, no foundation.
assume those are vertical droplet, which is consistent with vertical droplet. Has to be from a certain height, from one location to another location.
And again, if we could measure, we had measurements of the diameters, we could,
Leading.
if one had, would measurements assist, if they existed, in being able to determine the height from which, of the blood source?
We can estimate from multiple drops. We can maybe estimate a possible height.
Is the data available for you to make those kinds of estimations here?
No.
Would the next picture you would discuss the one on the upper far right-hand corner of this board?
The third column, third picture, first picture of the third column. This picture depicts the reverse side of this same metal fence. Other side.
This would be from the Salinger property looking into the closed-in area.
Salinger Brown.
The property next door.
Salinger's a Rockingham.
Oh, my apologies. This would be the closed-in area. This would be the building to
North.
north of 875 South Bundy.
It appears to be.
All right. Could you describe for us the bloodstain patterns here?
Here, besides this long contact pattern shows the other side, also this contact pattern start dripping, which indicative a quantity of blood deposit in the surface, still wet, running along this curvature surface and come downwards. Large amount of blood pool is underneath here, form a trail in this location. Here is another good example of an angular deposit. Shows in that column, which indicative that drop of blood hit this column in a very acute angle.
Would that bloodstain pattern be consistent with a source being upright?
Yes.
multiple contacts with that area?
This blood drop, no.
Of the pattern?
The totality
Total pattern.
of pattern, which may indicate a multiple deposit.
Moving down to the middle, the right-hand picture, far right-hand side of the middle row.
Yes.
Could you describe the bloodstain patterns here?
This picture depicts a close-up view showing the column on the front, the number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 8 column. That consistent swipe, contact, and movement, which indicative in this column area have some direct contact and cause those transfer.
Incidentally, on the photograph in the middle of the top row, the picture has an evidence card indicating 109.
109.
Is the positioning of that card blocking a view of the bloodstain pattern?
In this particular photo, yes, but there are other photos, no.
With respect to the card number labeled 108, does that obscure a pole?
Well, it's the color next to it appear to be some blood-like stain, which I cannot report to you exactly pattern what it is. Here also have some reddish color stain, and again, I cannot really report to you what kind of pattern. However, this stain on the lower portion shows an angular deposit. Vertical downwards hit this location in an angle.
Now, Dr. Lee, this photograph that's been labeled photo ID number by LAPD 108, that's in a different section of the closed-in area.
Yes,
And you were discussing previously with the other pictures a different part of the closed-in area.
that's correct.
Now, this represents contact.
Another contact.
So would this mean that there's contact in one part of the closed-in area and then other contact in the other parts of the closed-in area?
Yes,
And with the bloodstain pattern reflected in the photograph 108, would that be consistent with the source or sources being upright?
this particular column, which means a blood source have to have a direct contact with a movement, because we see smear, not a definitive pattern with movement. So at this high, we say at least the source of the contact this high of the column
With movement.
with a movement.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention to the photograph in the middle of the bottom row.
Yes.
Could you describe that for us? What that
This
represents?
appear to be a close-up photo showing this plant. And with a focus in some key-like material.
Now, when you say this plant, you're indicating a plant that is close to the walkway and the front gate area.
Yes,
And the middle photograph on the bottom row, you say, is keys.
here, this location appear to be have a set of key. This depicts one of the boots of Mr. Goldman.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark a photograph as 1341B, which is a photograph of the key. And I'd like to flip that in the envelope and display it to the jury. Perhaps if we could,
Mrs. Robertson? Appears to be a quick set type key.
yes. Could we go in even tighter on the key itself? What do you notice about the key, Dr. Lee?
It appear to be exposed, a setup key with one key, the majority of the key sticking out can be visible, that key. On the key, we see some reddish stain. Another reddish stain. This area, more stain. There are multiple areas appear to be have reddish color stain.
Your Honor, this is objectionable because there's no evidence that he saw the keys themselves.
Oh,
Now, Dr. Lee, were the keys available to you for inspection?
No,
Could those reddish stains be consistent with blood?
Make a motion to strike. There's no
Sustained.
foundation for that.
sustained.
All right, I'd ask that we print this photograph. And would make that 1341C. Would. Dr. Lee, is there anything else about bloodstain patterns or your observations of this key photograph?
direct above the key, some white color object also have multiple, oops. Area have some reddish stain.
All right, Your Honor, maybe what I ought to do is have this, instead of the last printout being 1341C, we should make the one printout here of 1341C that,
With the additional arrow
The
regarding the
additional
white
arrow.
object. Correct. That'll
Okay.
be substituted.
now, before we leave Yelmo, I'd like to show you a photograph that I asked be marked as 1341D. That I believe is the same photograph as the one on the left-hand side, showing the beeper in the middle row of the board entitled Bloodstains from Closed-in Area at Bundy. Now, Dr. Lee, did you observe in this photograph any anything with respect to the soil.
Yes,
What did you observe?
I see some indentation, impression.
Clear.
Dr. Lee, could you please direct Mr. Harris in terms of focus?
Excellent.
Excellent. Here?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you please, with the use of the telestrator, illustrate what you mean by the impressions?
All right, this is the photograph that is the middle photograph, first column on 1341.
And what is that you've indicated, Dr. Lee?
In this area appear to be a depression on the ground. Appear to be a large indentation in this area with some loose soil.
Would this be consistent with a struggle and people digging at that area?
No foundations.
Sustained.
Well, Detective Lang testified in this case that
Your Honor, that's the problem.
Overruled. He's an expert. He can be asked about other people's testimony.
Detective Lang testified that this dugout area of dirtness was consistent with Mr. Goldman struggling with someone, and in that struggle, the dirt being dug out.
That misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What is your judgment of that?
It still calls for speculation.
Overruled.
If he say that not consistent with, I have no additional opinion.
Now, turning to, is there anything else that of interest in this photograph with respect to impressions or bloodstains that we should notice?
Yes,
What have you,
in this area, I see a impression. Not impression. It's in this area. This area.
is that impression consistent with a shoe print?
It could be a shoe print.
All right, is that the kind of impression that can be preserved, documented, and cast?
Yes.
All right, I'd ask that this be printed out.
All right.
In this case.
And at that time, did you contact anyone in the Los Angeles Police Department or the SID about contributing your services in the investigation?
Not relevant.
Sustained.
Well, did you ask for an opportunity to have access to evidence as it was being tested by anybody at the SID and to participate in that process?
Not relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I did call LAPD laboratory. I know some scientists there were good friends, and I did call the lab director, Michelle Kessler, but she was busy. We talked briefly, and subsequently, she asked me to talk to Greg Matheson.
And did you speak to him?
Yes, he is a very nice gentleman and good scientist. I talked to him, but I know his concern and reservation. He We had a brief discussion, basically have to through the attorneys.
At this time, it calls for consent.
All right,
Well,
let's move on.
without telling us the content of the communication, were you directed to go through the attorneys in terms of your offer and desire to get access to the information?
Calls for hearsay, and it's also
Just stay.
Now, with respect to policies in your own laboratory concerning defense experts, when you were working with the prosecution in investigating evidence as it comes in a case, what is your policy?
objection, irrelevant, same objection.
Sustain.
Could we discuss this at another time?
It's not likely. Proceed.
Dr. Lee, do you have a regular fee for consultations?
Yes.
What is it?
I have a regular fee, basically it's $300 per hour, my service.
All right. And did you charge a regular fee in this case?
No,
Are you receiving any money personally for the work you did in this case?
only reimburse my traveling expenses.
Is there other money that is being given by Mr. Simpson for other purposes?
Yes, request a donation,
Your Honor.
Overruled.
a request in lieu, the consultation fee, half of the consultation fee donate to,
Overruled. Where the compensation is going? Overruled.
half of the compensation goes to University of New Haven, have a scholarship fund for law enforcement officer, workshops, or young students who want to major forensic science. The other half goes to the Department of Public Safety for the training or equipment or laboratory services.
Now, and how much money to this point has been donated to these two, the University of New Haven and the Connecticut Police Lab?
Approximately, I don't remember exactly. The check just go directly. I just sign it. I don't want to look at it. Just go to the university. Approximately to 25,000 each institution.
Now, what were you asked to do in terms of this case for the defense? What tasks were you asked to perform? What areas?
Basically, involving review some physical evidence and study the crime scene and crime scene pictures, photographs. Try to find the scientific fact. What you
And Your Honor, I'd like to also put up the photograph that has been marked 1341A.
All right, let's clear the telestrator, please.
All right. Now, Dr. Lee, did you see in this photograph any other impressions of interest?
All right, and this is the center picture, center column on 1341.
Object to the phrase of interest.
Overruled.
in this area shows again the hall. This is difficult. Well, we shall see it how. In the top corner.
The top right-hand corner is the hole we just discussed before?
Yeah,
All right.
okay, this area.
Okay.
Directly underneath to this hall, this area, another possible imprint, indentation, not imprint, I'm sorry, impression.
Could you, or should we ask Mr. Harris to label the arrows, the hole, and the circle? Why don't we call it IMP for impression, and that won't do it.
Well, I think the jury heard the testimony as
Okay.
to what it is. Their attention's been focused on it.
Okay.
We've already heard other testimony from other witnesses that there were these
All right, they're different from the hole.
yes.
That's fine. Is there anything else about this photograph?
No.
Okay.
I mean, have we decided to mark that 1341F?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
F as in Frank.
Now, Dr. Lee, looking at all the photographs on this board, bloodstains from closed-in area at Bundy, would it be fair to say at this point that at different areas of this closed-in area we have contact smears?
Yes,
Is that indicative of that we have vertical droppings?
yes,
Would the vertical droppings be
Bleeding.
Overruled.
indicative of an upright source?
Sustain.
All right. Is there indication of, through the bloodstain patterns, of multiple contacts in this closed-in area?
yes,
Is there indication of movement, dynamic contact movement in this closed-in area?
Bleeding.
Overruled.
Your Honor, the last photo that we want to deal with, I think we can turn up the lights. The last one is the far right-hand one that contains remains. Dr. Lee, I call your attention to the photograph in the bottom right-hand area. What is that?
this appear to be depicts a view of the saw of Mr. Goldman's left boot.
And what is it about, could you describe for us the bloodstain pattern, its relationship to the soil on this boot?
Appear to be contact pattern on various locations of these boots, which indicative at one point in time, this portion of the boots have to step into the blood with movement that's caused those smears.
So in other words, the boot would have to move onto the surface, and then the soil would become caked on the blood?
Soil, yeah, will intermix with liquid blood.
And before we leave this board, Dr. Lee, can keys be used as a weapon in a fight?
Speculation, no foundation.
Sustain.
In your experience investigating homicides, can keys be used as a weapon?
Speculation, no foundation.
Sustain. But counsel, we have to trust the common sense of our jurors, don't we?
Okay. In terms of doing a reconstruction, well, withdrawn. Is there any other point of interest with respect to the bloodstain pattern on the boot?
Yes,
What is it?
in this area, we see some blood drops. The direction of this drop, it appears to be strange. surface, inconsistent with somebody stepping to it. This drop has to be deposited on this surface at the angle.
Now, Dr. Lee, looking at the bloodstain patterns and the impression evidence in this closed-in area, is it consistent with a prolonged struggle between Mr. Goldman and assailant or assailants?
Vaguest prolonged speculation about
It's consistent with the struggle.
it. Still, same objections,
Oral.
Yes,
Can you tell how long that struggle took place?
no foundation.
Oral.
I cannot tell you exactly how long. It's not a short struggle.
Motion to strike, vague.
Oral.
And the basis for saying not a short struggle has to do with what?
The bloodstain pattern, the deposit of the key beeper in different location, the bloodstain smears, contact pattern under the boots, and vertical droplet in different location, which shows a movement.
Is there anything else that we have not mentioned with respect to the bloodstain patterns that is of importance on this board before we move to the next one?
No. I'd like to move to a board that we would call 1342.
All right, are there any remains on this board, Mr. Rishek?
No, there is not, Your Honor.
Which board is this?
This is the board entitled Evidence from Closed-in Area at Bundy. And Dr. Lee, I call your attention to the photographs in the top row depicting first Mr. Goldman's boots, and secondly, the sole trace evidence. What are these photos?
This board consists of a composite of 6. The top row, the 3, is related to Mr. Goldman's boot. The bottom 3, 1 depicts an overall view of a blue jean. Second, the middle one depicts a portion of Mr. Goldman's shirt. The third one depicts 2 buttons, which recover when I examine this particular garment.
And that was where, when you recovered the buttons?
Where I examined this garment, Albany Medical Center, New York.
And that was when?
That's February 1995.
And that was the first time you had an opportunity to actually physically examine it?
Yes,
And that was well into a period of time into this trial. Started when?
There's no foundation.
Sustained. It's leading also, but the jury knows when we started the trial.
Right. I don't,
Better-
but they do.
They do.
Okay. I'd ask you to discuss the significance of the first picture showing Mr. Goldman's boot.
yes.
What does the bloodstain pattern and dirt patterns there indicate?
The bloodstain pattern basically is a saturated pattern, which indicative a large amount of blood had deposited onto the surface. Large amount of soil, debris-like material was noticed caked on the bloodstain surface. which indicative soil will deposit, meanwhile the blood still wet, which is a further indication consistent with the hole, the loose soil in the previous bore I show you in a closed-in area.
So in other words, that the blood stain pattern with the soil caked on the blood in this boot is consistent with digging in that hole that you described previously by the fence and the crossing pattern.
Oral.
Now, could you describe for us the pattern of trace evidence pattern in the middle picture?
Yes, this picture was provided by me, by the defense counsel. It appears to be taken at the coroner's office. Soil, debris, hair fiber-like material was noticed on the middle of this gouged pattern area. Loose soil was noticed on this piece of white paper.
What does this indicate again about in terms of blood stain patterns and trace evidence with respect to Mr. Goldman's boot?
When I examined the boots, I did not see those material anymore. Assume those are hair and fibers, which indicative this portion of the boot near the heel have to step onto a surface, has soil, have hairs, have fibers, and embed into this area and cause the transfer.
So in other words, the soil on the ground, if the soil on the ground had hair and fiber in it, and a boot with blood on it stepped in it, that would be consistent with the pattern you see in this photograph.
Bleeding.
Sustain.
Would it be consistent with the pattern you see in this photograph that a boot stepping into soil with trace evidence on it, and either the boot or the soil had blood, you would see this kind of trace evidence pattern?
Yes, but you don't need necessarily have blood. Just a certain force can force the soil fiber embed into the pattern.
Now, call your attention to the photograph on the far right-hand side. What is that?
This is a close-up view, shows the top of the plastic rubber area of this boot, the front part.
Whose photograph is that?
Mine.
And when did you take that?
February between 1995 and sometime. I don't remember exactly hour, minute I took this photo.
Is that a cut?
Yes,
And is that cut consistent with coming from a knife?
a sharp instrument.
Sustain. Foundation.
From the cut, what kind of instrument could cause it?
Same objection.
Foundation, counsel.
All right. Do you have experience, Dr. Lee, in examining items of clothing and shoes with respect to punctures and other damage to them?
Oral.
Yes,
How much experience?
I cannot measure the experience. I've been in my present job for approximately 17 years. During the course, I examined a lot of the clothing, shoes, object with puncture, cut, damage, and other material, other damage of the surface. I do study those materials.
What is your opinion of the damage you see to Mr. Goldman's boot,
That's consistent with a sharp instrument.
such as a knife?
Yes.
And can you tell us something about whether or not that cut is fresh or represents recent damage?
Speculation.
Or
No foundation.
sustain.
Well, first, can I ask him, can I elicit his opinion and then the basis?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that is a fresh cut?
Same objections.
Or
Yes,
And what is the basis for that opinion?
based on my direct observation and microscopic examination of this cutting area.
And what is your opinion?
It's consistent with a fresh cut.
And why is that?
The surface of this sneaker, you can see it's pretty dirt, a lot of dirt, a lot of weathering. This cutting area exposed is white, fresh in this groove area. That indicates has to be recent.
Now, can you tell anything about the direction of this cut?
We see parallel line on this portion of the shoes. This cut is against this line. The cut appear to be from the left moving to the right with a slight curvature. This approximately 1.5 centimeter long. The tail end, I can see it start lifting. In other words, the depth in the front end is much deeper than the tail end, which indicative of movement.
Would this be consistent with the sneaker not being on the ground when the cut occurred?
More likely, it's not on the ground.
It's more likely that when this cut occurred, that sneaker was not on the ground.
Yes.
And did the sneaker meet the sharp instrument in the same direction or plane? Or can you describe that, how this contact would occur?
This cut, which is different than a step, it's a surface. It indicates a movement. Either the sharp instrument was moved, or this receiving surface was moved, or both surfaces moving at the same time.
With your hands, can you indicate how that could occur?
Let's say my left hand is the sneaker. If my right hand, the cutting instrument, can be moving a direction, can be both move in the same opposite direction. Or this cutting instrument is stationary, and however, the receiving surface is moving.
Would this cut be consistent with Mr. Goldman kicking towards someone with the sharp instrument and the sharp instrument striking the boot?
Speculation.
Sustain. Sustain.
If that sneaker were, as you say, it's more likely that the sneaker was not on the ground at the time that cut was made.
Yes.
Would that be consistent with a kicking movement and the sneaker then being struck by a sharp instrument?
Speculation.
Sustain. Sustain.
Is there anything else in terms of blood stain evidence or no? Okay. Can we turn then to the jeans? Can you describe for us bloodstain pattern here and what it represents.
This photo was taken again in February 18 and 1995 at Albany Medical Center. Depicts the real view of the blue jean,
This is the back of the
the
jeans.
back of the blue jean. The back of the blue jean shows large amount of blood stain. In the top portion, that consistent with a direct contact transfer and blood soak into the surface. In the middle portion, we see this brush tail fashion end, which indicative that's a contact smear movement. The lower portion, we see some drops and individual pattern, some contact transfer pattern. And here we see a multiple deposit pattern, a blood on top of the blood.
Now, is it important to have photographic documentation, if possible, of a victim's clothing as it is found at the scene?
Yes,
Why is that?
because this pattern can cause by secondary changes. When bodies start moving, or carry out, or drag out, or putting the body back, or bring the body back to autopsy table. Each time a movement can create new patterns. Once those new patterns created, very difficult for us to tell which one is which by which transfer.
Any other bloodstain patterns of interest or, well, with respect to the jeans?
The gene shows a lot of blood.
Turn now to the buttons. Could you describe how those photographs are taken?
This photograph also taken February 18, 1995, when I examined this shirt of Mr. Goldman. The shirt, when I examined, as you can see, have greenish, whitish, mold-like material start growing. Make it the interpretation of the pattern almost impossible. What I did notice is some button missing. In total, 3 buttons appear to be separate from his shirt. The number 3 position, number 5 position, number 6 position. A portion of the plastic-like material and thread still attached on those locations. Subsequently, examine this shirt on the left breast pocket. I recover an envelope. Inside the envelope have 2 buttons. Each of these buttons, the center portion of the plastic missing. The button itself is about 1 centimeter in diameter. In other words, we have
No question.
Sustain. Next question.
What does the fact that the buttons pattern on the inside of the buttons indicate in terms of issues of force?
Speculation, conjecture, or foundation.
Overruled.
since the thread still intact in the location. Things have appeared to be plastic-like material, which indeed could be suggest those button was separated with certain force.
Now, if a criminalist were to remove buttons from a shirt for purposes of some analysis, what is the proper procedure for doing so?
Irrelevant.
Sustain.
Well, are buttons potentially important evidence in assessing a crime scene? Buttons on a victim's shirt.
Also legal.
Forward.
Yes, button often indicates to us the location. If the button dropped in a certain location, which may indicate in that particular location, a force applied, one of the button fall onto the surface. By studying the pattern, we can look at it, whether or not center is still intact or not. If the center broken, which you have to have certain force to separate it.
Would it be proper in analysis for a criminalist to pull a button off a shirt and remove the center?
Not relevant.
Forward.
I never do those things, but I really cannot answer.
Would you expect that that had
I
been
don't
done?
expect anybody to do that.
Okay. So assuming that a criminalist had not forcibly removed the buttons from the shirt, what does the pattern that you see in the photograph labeled broken buttons indicate with respect to the issue of force?
Asked and answered.
Forward.
Assume this button was separate at the time of incident, which could indicative a struggle and force was applied.
Now, Dr. Lee, looking at this evidence from the closed-in area depicted on this board, is the patterns you find on Mr. Goldman's shoes, the boots, and the buttons consistent with a struggle?
Yes,
Is it consistent with a struggle where a sharp instrument made contact with Mr. Goldman's sneaker while it was not on the ground?
Asked and answered speculation.
It's asked and answered. We've answered that question twice now.
Okay. Well, it's a summary question, Your Honor, because,
I understand, but we've
all right.
Dr. Lee's answered this question twice already.
Your Honor, we're finished with this section, and I'm moving to a new board. I have 6 minutes, but it's your pleasure.
Use the 6 minutes.
Okay. Board entitled Evidence Found, Eyeglasses Envelope, Envelope at Bundy's Scene, and we've marked that 1343.
All right. So marked.
And, Your Honor, there are no remains on these photographs.
All right, Mr. Bancroft.
Dr. Lee, could you describe for us these photographs and the meaning of the two indications of position 1 and position 2.
Yes. This photograph, this board, actually a composite of 4 different pictures. These 4 different pictures can be divided in 2 groups. The top row represent one group, the bottom row represent the second. The first group, first column, first picture, which indicative at that time this photo was taken, the blanket was not used to cover this area, depicts in this photo a certain position of this envelope.
And the record should reflect Dr. Lee is pointing to the photograph on the upper left-hand column, which we have evidence is Detective Furman pointing downwards and has pointed to what is known as the envelope and the piece of paper.
Yes.
The second photograph, first row, first column, second one, indicates this photo was taken after the previous one. A blanket was used, and this is the position of this envelope. The next,
No question.
Moving to the envelope on the upper right-hand corner and comparing it to the envelope in what is indicated as position 1 and the envelope in position 2, are there differences?
Yes.
This is cumulative.
I assume this will be brief.
Well, yeah, this is an introductory to a whole series of boards, Your Honor, about the differences.
Proceed.
okay. This shows this envelope. It's in 2 different positions. The envelope has been moved since the first picture taken to the second picture.
You're indicating here
That's a landmark.
that's a groove in the tile.
Groove in the tile. The previous one, this envelope is to the,
Excuse me, aren't we talking about grouting in between tiles, not grooves in tiles?
That's probably a more correct term. Thank you. Grouting in the tiles,
Between tiles.
between tiles.
yes.
Let the record reflect Dr. Lee has taken a piece of red tape and drawn it from grout to grout.
Yes.
And are we going to move on in other boards and pictures you've shown us to show changes, differences between the envelopes and the 2 positions?
Sure.
All right, let's take our break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Most importantly, don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess for 1 hour. Dr. Lee, you may step down. You're ordered to come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Jury is not present. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
At some point, I can indicate it, but I thought it would be this afternoon. We were going to go to the SOX, and we had to resolve the stipulation question. I thought you would ask Mr. Colbert.
Sometime this afternoon, all right. The Sox, do you have an extra copy of that stipulation? And more importantly, have you had the opportunity to discuss it with Mr. Goldberg?
Briefly yesterday, we
Well, the stipulation is agreement between the parties as to the evidence. If you can't agree amongst yourselves,
I
then...
don't think he's,
We don't stipulate.
sorry.
Right. All right, let's have the jurors. If there's no stipulation.
Oh, I mean, my request, as court noted, is that you take judicial notice of what was said in the record, and that at the time that this was done, I made an objection to the court, and it was done with the full knowledge that the only two witnesses in the room, aside from Dr. Lee, were the two lawyers who were sitting next to him, myself and Mr. Blazier, and the other side are Mr. Harmon and Mr.
All rise.
All right, with the court reporter, please. All right, Dr. Lee, would you resume the witness stand, please? Record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Henry Lee is again on the witness stand, undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck. And good afternoon again, Dr. Lee.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, sir, you are reminded you are still under oath, and Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Dr. Lee, over lunch, did you have an opportunity to place some red tape on the board titled Closed in Area of Bundy?
Yes.
And does this red tape reflect the different portions of the central photograph that you were discussing in your testimony with the jury?
Yes.
And at various times you pointed to one photograph and explained its relation to the other. And Does this red tape reflect what you were testifying to this morning?
This red tapes basically indicate the location which I explained this morning and shows the general correlation between one photograph to another.
Thank you. This, for the record, is 1349.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Lee, we ended the morning by discussing the envelope and the two different positions. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
All right, now I move to the next exhibit, which would be marked 1344, and this one is entitled Evidence Found, Eyeglasses Envelope at Bundy Scene. And Dr. Lee, I would ask you if you could to come down and discuss this with us.
Sure.
All right, this has no remains, correct?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Scheck, if you would tell me that since it's,
Yes.
I can't tell which one we're talking about here. Mr. Bancroft, may I see that, please? Thank you.
Now, Dr. Lee, could you explain what the photographs on this board reflect?
This board consists of 6 photographs. I took this photograph on February 18, 1995 at Albany Medical Center. The first photograph depicts an overall view when this item taken out from the box. Shows item number 39, a brown paper bag inside of a plastic bag. First column, second photograph, depicts a close-up view of this top opening of the brown paper bag. Have a scotch tape. That scotch tape depicting this area. There are trace material, some are consistent with blood crust, was noticed on those plastic scotch tape. The middle column are those vegetative debris found inside of the brown paper bag. Predominantly consist of a leaf material. However, on the leaves, there are hairs and fiber-like trace was noticed. In addition, blood-like crust also noticed on the leaf, which depicts a close-up view, shows one of the leaf in column number 2, photograph number 2. Some of the blood crust, it's clearly flaked out the original location. Other still adhere on the surface. The next 2 photographs depicts the envelope inside this plastic bag. Column 3, top view, depicts the front portion of this envelope with some writing and some blood-like stain. Column number 3, photograph 2, depicts an overall view of this envelope, which shows large amount of blood stain, blood spatter were noticed on the surface of this backside of the envelope.
Any other observations with respect to this?
Basically, at one point in time, those material probably collect with those envelopes together and placed in a brown paper bag.
Speculation, motion to strike, no foundation, personal knowledge.
Oral.
This board we marked as 1345.
All right,
It's
1345.
entitled Evidence Found, Eyeglasses Envelope, Evidence Found at Albany Medical Center.
This board,
Wait. Question.
Question is, Dr. Lee, could you please explain the photographs on this board?
Calls for a narrative.
It does. Let's do it one at a time.
All right? Dr. Lee, start please with the overall view in the center.
the overall view of the center picture depicts the items I found inside of the envelope and a brown paper bag, which consists a pair of eyeglasses. However, only one lens was found.
Now, are you familiar with the testimony of Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf that on June 22nd, when they were at the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory with Michelle Kessler, they observed the eyeglasses with two lenses?
Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
Sustain.
They observed in a bag eyeglasses with two lenses within the bag.
That also misstates the evidence.
Sustain.
You be aware of the testimony of Dr. Baden.
It's
That
also,
would-
counsel, it's also argument. The jury was here, has heard the testimony. They know the state of the record. Ask the questions about what's there, please.
All right. In the records you have received with respect to discovery in this case, do you have any records indicating what happened to the other lens?
Not relevant.
World.
No,
Call your attention now to the picture in the upper left-hand column indicating eyeglasses with single lens. Could you describe the evidence pattern there?
this picture depicts when at time we remove the eyeglasses out the envelope. I found this lens already out of the eyeglass. The left lens is single lens. It's a bifocal type of a lens. The right side lens appear to be missing. On this remaining lens, there are smears and debris on the lens itself. Also noticed are material on the earpiece of the eyeglass.
And where is that reflected?
This reflects the earpiece on the right-hand side. There are some reddish color material adherent.
That indicates the photograph on the bottom left-hand column of this board indicating trace evidence on earpiece.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a close-up photograph of what you described as the smear on the lens?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
On the third column, top front, the picture depicts a close-up view of this lens. Reddish blood-like smear can be seen on the top of the lens.
What is the photograph on the bottom right hand?
The bottom right hand depicts a further close-up view for this portion of the lens have large amount of trace material. Those trace material consist predominantly of soil, blood crust, fiber, and hair-like material.
Now, Dr. Lee, does the smearing you saw on this lens, is that consistent with someone touching the lens of the glasses?
False speculation.
Sustain.
Based on the pattern that you see on the lens, can you describe the mechanism that would be consistent with creating that pattern?
Yes.
What is it?
At one point in time, a small amount of blur-like substance have contact this portion of the lens, cause a transfer.
Could that transfer be consistent with a finger smearing the lens?
Speculations and objections.
Sustain.
Well, in terms of mechanisms, what kind of mechanisms could cause that kind of smearing?
Same objections.
The jury's already heard what's called smearing.
Well, Your Honor, I'm just trying to
I understand.
elicit the mechanisms.
He's told us smearing. Proceed.
Can smearing be caused by manipulation with someone's fingers?
Oral.
It could be.
Dr. Lee, is it possible to lift fingerprints from glass?
You can develop latent print on the glass, subsequently you can lift the fingerprint. First, you have to develop.
Now, are the reddish materials here consistent just by observation with blood?
Maybe, maybe not. I did not do any test.
When you examine, I'm sorry, you're about to finish your answer?
Yeah.
At the Albany Medical Center, when you examined this, were you allowed to test this in terms of the order?
My order is I can only do physical observation, microscopic examination, and photographing. Measurement cannot remove or cutting or doing destructive test.
Now, Dr. Lee, withdrawing, from the photographs of the crime scene, where are the glasses in relation to the envelope? Are they inside or outside?
Inside.
All right. Is the smearing pattern you observed consistent with someone manipulating that envelope and touching the glasses inside of it?
Same objections to previous questions.
There were many. Which one do you want?
No foundation, speculation calls for conclusion.
Sustain.
Let's move to the next board in terms of foundation.
$13.46.
Yes, entitled Evidence Found, Eyeglasses Envelope, Bloodstain Evidence on Envelope. Dr. Lee, could you please describe for us the bloodstain patterns depicted on this board?
This board consists of, again, 6 individual photographs. Depicts various views on the back of this envelope, the back side of the envelope.
No foundation is to the photos were taken.
Oral.
Dr. Lee, when were these photographs taken?
Was taken on February 18 to to 1995 at Mount Albany Medical Center.
Please proceed with your description of the bloodstain pattern as depicted on the board.
Bloodstain pattern on the back of an envelope consists a great amount, over hundreds of bloodstain patterns. What the photograph depicts only certain sections. The top row, middle column, shows if I look at an envelope in the back directly, it's on my left-hand side. If I'm an envelope, should be on the right. So basically it depends which side you're looking at. Here, clearly have another imprint, consistent like a shape of an E, which later was identified consistent with a portion of the saw pattern of a Bruno magnet. Besides that, we have large amount of blood drops, blood spatter, blood smear cover the whole area. This area alone probably consists 200 or more individual bloodstains. The most interesting one is one in the lower middle portion here. A crease was noticed on the envelope. This was enlarged, which depicts in the photograph on the third column, top view. I'm showing here, that's the crease. Here, have a blood pattern, tooth pattern, look like a mirror image, which suggests this portion and this portion could have a contact, meanwhile the blood still wet.
Dr. Lee, could you, with the red tape, please indicate where the mirror image is on bloodstain pattern number 1 and what you just described in the photograph, close-up view of 1B?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Lee, in order to obtain a mirror image pattern such as this, what state does the blood have to be in?
Blood has to be in liquid state. Cannot be a blood stain. Still wet in a liquid state.
So would this mirror image pattern be consistent with someone folding or manipulating this envelope while the blood depicted in the close-up view of 1B is still wet?
Calls for speculation, no foundation, conjecture.
Well,
Yes, it's consistent.
Could you please now turn to the close-up view 1A and indicate where that is on bloodstain pattern number 1? Dr. Lee, I have to ask you a question first. Dr. Lee, could you please describe the bloodstain patterns in close-up view 1A?
The close-up view 1A depicts an area on the, when I face the envelope, on the right-hand corner with blood smear, blood spatter, that's an angular deposit. afterwards.
So, may I ask you, could you indicate with a pen the smear and put down 1 next to it indicating that's first, and the spatter, maybe SM for smear, SP for spatter? So in other words, the smear had to come first and then spatter after that.
Yes.
Anything else with respect to this bloodstain pattern?
In addition, a small drop consistent vertical deposit, those consistent with a impact splash pad, with a angular deposit.
Now, are those, is this smear, is that what you call a dynamic?
Yes, movement, have a lateral movement, dynamic contact.
Is that smear, can that be caused, can a mechanism for that smear be a hand brushing against the envelope?
Speculation, conjecture, no foundation.
Sustained.
Is the smear consistent with the mechanism of a hand brushing against the envelope?
Objections, also argumentative.
Sustained.
All right? Can you tell us what kinds of mechanisms are consistent with the scientific evidence you see here of that smear?
Same objections.
Yes,
And what kinds of mechanisms?
contact mechanism of this, a surface have to have some wet flow. Has to have a direct contact with a movement. The movement here is from the left to right in a lateral movement.
Anything else about the bloodstain patterns of interest on the top row?
No.
All right, could you please move to bloodstain pattern number 2?
Bloodstain pattern number 2 is depicts the envelope upper, if I face the envelope upper right corner of this envelope. A multiple bloodstain pattern can be seen in this location. Over hundreds of bloodstain can be counted in this area too. The most important observation of this area consists of 3-4 areas. Close-up view number 2A, which depicts this area, a teardrop type of pattern, a vertical droplet pattern, a contact transfer pattern, additional spatter pattern.
Could you please, with the red tape, indicate for the jury the relationship of the close-up view 2A to the bloodstain pattern number 2? Now, so you've indicated here that we have a contact impression.
Yes,
Which one is that?
not the impression, it's a contact pattern.
Imprint pattern. We have a droplet.
Yes,
We have spatter.
yes.
Now, can you tell from this pattern which of these came first?
Some area I can tell, other area I cannot. For example, this one I can tell deposit after this group of a pattern has to be applied on the envelope first. It clearly shows this on top, the rest of it. As far this one, I cannot tell when was deposited.
However, could the ones that you can't tell which came first or second, could they have come at the same time?
Some of those more likely from different time.
So your judgment is it's more likely that they came at different times, but you can't tell which came first or second?
Yes, because the angular and vertical droplet cannot be created by same motion here.
Would this kind of blood pattern that we see on 1A and 2A be consistent with struggle in the area, struggle between two individuals around this envelope?
Speculation, projection, no foundation.
It could indicate dynamic movement, different time contact, could be consistent with this.
Okay. Any other observations of interest with respect to the close-up on the view 2A?
View 2A, in the lower portion middle, have a place labeled 1-B, something like that, have one drop. This drop, the side appear to be diluted, and a swab motion appear to apply into this drop. This indicates this drop has been sampled by laboratory examiner to type this drop.
And on this photograph, are there initials there?
No, just
There's
one B.
A B.
Yeah.
Indication of B. Now, could you move to close-up view 2B? What does the close-up view 2B indicate in terms of the pattern?
Close-up view 2B consists of a heavy blood stain. On top of the blood stain, caked with some soil debris. In addition, numerous hair fiber-like material adhere on this surface.
Now, what is the fact that this debris, soil and fiber, is caked on the surface, what does that indicate about the mechanism of transfer?
This area indicates blood has to be deposited on an envelope first. Subsequently, the soil, hair, fiber, debris was deposited on top of this blood-staining area. And during this drying and coagulation process, this material cake onto the surface.
So this debris came onto the surface while the blood was still wet?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Lee, show you two additional photographs that are not on this board that
1345,
well,
46.
should we make them subdivisions of the board even though they're not on it? It's the court's preference.
No, let's make them subsequent.
Okay.
Things
So this would be 13,
47,
47, and 48?
yes.
Show you two photographs that have been marked 1347 and 1348 and ask you if you recognize them.
Yes.
What are they?
Yes. Two pictures which depict 1347 the mid portion of this envelope, 1348, is this faint area of this envelope.
Could you, in the two areas you've indicated, write 1347 in the area depicted in the photograph 1347 and 1348 for the area of 1348? Your Honor, with permission of the court, I'd like to place 1348 first on the honor. I ask that Dr. Lee approach the telestrator and direct Mr. Harris on focusing in on the areas of interest. Dr. Lee, look. Okay. Please tell us when it's in the correct position.
That's the point.
All right. Dr. Lee, what pattern is depicted, what kind of pattern is depicted by 1348?
This composite area, which appear to be have some ridge pattern on there.
Now that ridge pattern, that is an imprint,
That's an imprint, considered as an imprint pattern.
and that imprint pattern, the ridges, are those consistent with the pattern given by a fingerprint in blood?
Leaving, Your Honor.
Stay.
What is that consistent with? Start this way. Dr. Lee, in your observations of evidence at crime scenes, can you make observations from blood patterns with respect to fingerprints?
Yes,
How do you do that?
I recognize the shape, contour, or ridge characteristics.
All right. Now, with respect to that, what is your opinion of the pattern depicted on 1348?
All I can report to you is consists of an imprint pattern. I cannot definitively tell you this is a fingerprint.
What about this pattern makes it consistent with the pattern that would be caused by a bloody fingerprint?
Speculation, Your Honor, conjecture, no foundation.
Oh,
It's have the general contour, have some appear to be certain pattern there, and any of those pattern which indicative a pattern transfer, of course, enhancement will be able to show exact pattern.
Ask that we put now 1347 on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we should print this out, I'm sorry. Can we make
Right,
that
that'll be
1348A?
8.
While that's printing out, Dr. Lee, this imprint pattern, would the blood have to be wet at the time this imprint pattern was made?
Yes.
Now ready for 1347. Dr. Lee, looking at 1347, is this a proper focus?
Yes.
All right. Could you please describe to us the pattern here?
This is a pattern area which we noticed in this exhibit. This pattern area shows here, it's not a drop, it's not a spatter, it's not a smear, there's a contact impression type of pattern. Fiber-like material can be seen adhere onto the surface. This area consists a large quantity of blood. No ridge characteristic can be clearly seen. However, in the middle, no question. In the middle, there are some appear to be pattern areas, which consistent again with the imprint.
Now, the imprint that you've indicated by the arrows, is that consistent with a bloody finger making the contact imprint that you've indicated there?
Speculation, conjecture.
Sustain.
All right. In terms of the mechanism of transfer, is that imprint pattern consistent with a finger covered with blood making contact with the envelope?
Same objections, and also.
Sustain.
Again, Dr. Lee, based on your observations of fingerprint patterns at crime scenes, if a finger is covered with lots of blood and makes contact with a paper surface, will it necessarily leave a ridge design?
Characteristics. No, it will not leave any rich characteristics. Once the blood covered the whole surface, fill the laminate groove of the finger surface. When you have this contact, because abundance of blood, you only leave a general pattern, will not transfer individual rich characteristics.
Is the pattern depicted here in 1347 consistent with a finger covered with blood to the point that it would make a contact impression in the envelope but not leave ridge characteristics?
Same objections.
Sustain.
All right? In terms of fingerprint impressions, is that consistent with an imprint of a finger covered with blood as you just explained before?
Same objections.
Sustain. Let's move on.
Could you please describe for us, in terms of mechanisms of transfer, how that pattern might be consistent, if it is, with a finger imprint?
Sustain. Dr. Lee, this is a compression transfer, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. Did you examine that carefully as much as you could from the photograph?
yes.
Did you see anything that indicates that that might be a fingerprint?
Not only the contour.
Thank you. Next question.
So from the contour of this imprint, it is consistent with a bloody finger making contact with the envelope.
Same objections.
Overruled.
It consistent with either finger or an object have same contour called such trinity.
So it's either a finger or an object that has the same contour of a finger.
I think we've
Okay.
covered this.
Would that imprint have to be made when the blood was wet?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, the imprint that you described on 1348, the imprint you've described as 1347, the mirror image you've described under the picture close-up view 1B, are all those consistent with this envelope being manipulated when the blood was wet?
Well, it indicates have contact. Assume those are fingerprint
I'm
pattern.
going to check this. I think that this is just false separation conjecture.
Overruled. Answer will stand. Next question.
All right. Dr. Lee, assuming that these imprint patterns are consistent with fingerprints, what does this pattern indicate with respect to the manipulation of this envelope when the blood was wet?
Speculation, conjecture, no foundation.
Sustained.
Dr. Lee, with respect to the close-up view 1B and your observations of the glasses and the envelope, could the envelope be folded in that fashion while the glasses were in it?
Calls for speculation, conclusion, no foundation.
Foundation.
Well, were you able to examine the envelope and the glasses?
Yes.
All right. From your observations, could this, what you've described as a mirror image pattern in the close-up view 1B, have been made while the glasses were in the envelope with wet blood on the envelope?
No foundation.
Sustained.
Well, in terms of the fold, with the glasses in the envelope, would the glasses in the envelope prevent this the fold that we see in the close-up view 1B?
No foundation.
Overruled.
If the glass is in this area, very difficult to fall over the glass itself.
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, for the record, I just have before communicate with this.
Pointed to,
Can I stand up?
yes, you may. Pointed to 1345 1B.
But he said if the glasses were in this area. Okay, could we just have the record reflect where he was pointing when he said that? Your Honor, just for the record, when he was pointing on the evidence found Douglas envelope exhibit, the photograph on the top center, bloodstain pattern 1, approximately bisecting the photograph in what appears to be fold.
Thank you.
In fact, I would add to that description that the fold begins at the bottom of the picture.
No, counsel, the photograph speaks for itself. Let's move on.
Okay.
Blood transfers are wet. The envelope's been moved around.
Well,
It's at a crime scene. Let's proceed.
well, the mirror image, that's when the blood is wet, correct?
Yes.
We've established that.
We have the next one.
Your Honor, this is 1349, and it's entitled Evidence Found Envelope.
All right. Thank you.
And Dr. Lee, could you please explain what these three pictures show?
These three picture depicts the same envelope. Shows these three picture were taking a different point of time. The first picture, second picture were provided to me by Attorney Shapiro. Those pictures depicts here appear to be taken by LAPD photographer. The third one is a picture which I took February 18, 1995 at Albany Medical Center.
Now, Dr. Lee, with the picture in the middle represent, the envelope is shown in the photograph in what we have been calling position number 1.
Yes,
So that is the photograph, the first photograph in time that we know of that envelope.
yes,
And the one to the left is position number 2,
yes,
and the one to the right are the picture taken at Albany Medical Center.
yes.
Okay. Now, could you describe to us some of the differences on these pictures between these envelopes?
The center envelope is this envelope which the first record, the first documentation which I can see. On the envelope, near the top region, large amount of trace material. Hair and fiber-like trace appear to be in this area. The one I just showed you previously, here some soil trace material already taken this area. The photograph which I received subsequently, those trace material was found to be absent. It's gone. It's no longer on this surface. The leaf, for example, here, it's absent from this location. The leaves underneath this envelope are absent from this location. This piece of material appears to be absent from this location. In addition, I noticed some other changes. The most clear one is here. I see a blood drop in this location, absence, no blood drop.
Could you circle that blood drop, please, that you have indicated is in the envelope on position number 2 that is not in position number 1? Now, Dr. Lee, when you were discussing before the parallel line imprint pattern
Yes,
that we began with yesterday, is that visible in the position number 1 photograph?
yes,
Is the Bruno Magli imprint visible in the position number 1 photograph?
yes,
Are the imprint patterns that were consistent with fingers visible on the original photographs?
Oh,
it's appeared in this location, and this location still remain on the surface.
So in other words, those patterns, which you indicated before, had to be made when blood was wet, are in the original photograph of position number 1.
That's correct.
So when those were made, the blood was wet at that time.
Yes,
And to your understanding, is that before anybody came and touched that envelope and processed that scene?
This appears,
Calls for lack of personal knowledge, speculation.
Sustain.
Well, have you kept track of the testimony to some degree of the various witnesses in this case?
Vague.
no,
Is it your understanding from the testimony in this case, Dr. Lee, that the crime scene had been processed?
Sustain. It's leading. He's also said he didn't follow the testimony.
We'll leave that. In terms of the blood stain that you've circled, is there any other stains that on the envelope in position number 1 that weren't there in position
Yeah.
number 2 that weren't there in position number 1?
there are some stains, however, very difficult to make a comparison due to this again is three-dimensional setting. We look at two-dimensional picture. I can tell this clearly. This one wasn't there. There are some subtle one, minor one, which I'm not going to testify.
Now, in conclusion, Dr. Lee, from this envelope, can you determine from bloodstain pattern that imprint impressions that you've described were made on it in wet blood in the course of a struggle?
Calls for conclusion, speculation, conjecture,
Overruled.
no foundation.
Assume those are forward, part of forward imprint, which indicative this two has to be deposited when the envelope was on the ground. Assume those material,
At this time, I'm going to object that he's just making a series of assumptions.
Sustain. Next question.
Based on the assumption that the trace evidence and bloodstains as reflected in the envelope on position number 1 were deposited there during the course of the homicides in this case, what does the pattern indicate?
Speculation, conjecture, no foundation.
Overruled.
which indicative a movement and consistent with struggle.
All right. And you're talking here about the Bruno Magli imprint,
Yes,
the parallel line imprint,
yes,
the imprints you've described as being consistent with fingers making contact with the envelope,
Let's take the testimony.
Sustain.
the imprints on the envelope that you described in 1347 and
At this point,
1348.
Counsel's just testifying.
No, he's not. He's asking a question. Proceed.
1347 and 1348.
yes,
And those are all on position number 1.
yes.
Any other bloodstain patterns of interest in this board?
This particular drop, which appear to be grouped, when I examined this envelope in February 1819, which correlate to this drop, which was original absent from the envelope.
And are you aware that conventional serology was done on that drop?
No personal knowledge.
Sustain.
Okay.
Timing,
2:30.
2:30?
2:30.
I ask that this board be marked defendants next in order.
13:49. I'm sorry, 13:50.
Now, Dr. Lee, does this board reflect something that appears in one of the books you've written?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is steps for forensic examination. The logic sequence when we get to crime scene or examine a piece of physical evidence. That's the required step of process.
Now, I'd ask you to review these steps very briefly and connect it to what was available to you in the course of your investigation in this case and what wasn't.
First step of any crime scene is recognition.
All right, Mr. Scheck, let me ask you a question, just logistically. Given the nature of this chart, is there any reason we can't have Dr. Lee back on the witness stand and with the chart turned the other way?
No, there
So it
isn't.
doesn't block my view?
Oh,
Okay. All right. All right, Dr. Lee, why don't you pull the microphone close to you, please? Thank you. Mr. Scheck.
you were discussing the recognition stage and what that means.
First step of any forensic examination of the crime scene or physical evidence have to go through a step called recognition. You have to see it, recognize it, before we can do anything. If any potential evidence, you did not see it, or imprint evidence on certain object, you did not recognize, subsequent step become obsolete. Since did not recognize, then we did not go through the identification examination. So recognition is very crucial for any crime scene investigation, for any examination of physical evidence. Once we recognize the particular item have particular importance or potential of value relate to a case, then we go through the next step. The next step is a composition of a lot of sub-steps.
All right, why don't you ask him category by category, Mr. Scheck?
Yes. First, with respect to recognition, when you're saying that that's the most important step, for example, you discussed briefly yesterday how one can go about identifying latent footprints. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Now, just as an example, if one does not carefully examine a scene to find latent footprints, would that be what you would call a failure of recognition?
Yes.
And are failures of recognition withdrawn? And evidence that is not recognized. All right, I'm mindful of the time. Let's move on to the next step, preservation, documentation, and collection. What do you mean by that?
This is a group activity. Have to be performed right after recognition to document the original shape by variety of methods: notes, diagram, photograph, videotaping, description, prior to the collection. Also have to, at the same time, preserve the scientific integrity and the legal integrity of this potential evidence after it recognized.
So would videotaping a crime scene be a method in terms of preservation and documentation?
Yes,
And would keeping accurate notes and with respect to what was collected, when it was collected, and who collected it be the kind of thing that you mean by documentation and collection?
yes.
Trying to move through it.
Proceed.
What is chain of custody, Dr. Lee?
Oral.
Chain
Oral.
to a scientist, a forensic scientist, chain of custody means start an initial step. We have to keep a record of this, any transaction of this piece of evidence.
All right. Would, for example, counting the number of swatches used to collect the bloodstain be an example of activities in this preservation, documentation, and collection area?
Unintelligible. It's arguable.
Oral.
Yes,
What happened-
We did go through a
I'm
majority of these
moving
things with-
quickly.
with,
What do you
Mr.
mean
Ray.
by identification?
once the sample collected, submit to the laboratory, first we go through the identification step. Try to use morphological patterns, physical characters, and a simple chemical test to identify a certain piece of material and the nature of such piece of evidence.
And if the preservation, documentation, and collection is not done correctly, does that undermine your ability to do identification?
Yes,
And if the preservation, documentation, and collection stage evidence is contaminated, does that undermine your ability to do identification?
maybe.
What is comparison?
Comparison, once we identify a particular object, for example, a hair, then we'll have known and question hair to compare. With a blood sample, known and question. Soil sample, any type of sample, you need a known and question to make a comparison. Can compare biological property, physical property, microscopic characteristics, and physical characteristics. Try to see, can we make a match?
What is individualization?
Whether or not you can trace to the source origin. For example, simple example, a fingerprint. If you matched all the rich characteristics from a known fingerprint card to a latent fingerprint from the scene, then you say that you individualize it now.
Now, what is meant by the term class characteristics?
A large group of physical evidence at the current stage, there are limitations. We cannot reach a stage called individualization. We can only compare class characteristics, but not individual characteristics.
Would hair and fiber be an example of this?
Here, if just microscopic comparison, that's consistent, not as a individualization, cannot use as a positive identification of an individual.
That's what you would call just class characteristic comparison?
It's a little bit more than class, little lower than individualization.
Now, what is meant by reconstruction?
Reconstruction is after we go through all the steps. Now we start putting together what the significance of this piece of physical evidence fitting in a case, like putting the puzzles together. Can we put the puzzle together and make some sense? Or we cannot put the puzzle together, make any sense.
Now, Dr. Lee, if the recognition stage and the preservation and documentation and collection stage is not performed correctly, what does that do to the ability to do reconstruction?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
This is the foundation. If you turn this chart upside down, if the foundation, we don't have a foundation, you take the building block away, whatever reconstruction becomes speculation.
So if evidence is contaminated or compromised in the recognition, preservation, documentation, and collection phase, that makes it, undermines ability to do reconstruction.
Yes.
All right, let's move on.
That's it.
$230.
Has this be marked 1351,
All right, what is it?
and it's entitled Trace Material Found on Physical Evidence at Bundy, Soil Sample from Bundy, item 114. Dr. Lee, could you please describe to us what is depicted by the photographs on this board?
This board consists of 4 pictures. Shows a sample numbered 114, soil sample from northwest of Gate.
Dr. Lee, it says here soil exemplar. What does that mean?
My definition is a control sample of the soil.
And when you say a control sample of the soil, what would that mean in forensics?
It's an exemplar of soil collected from the sea.
In other words, to determine,
Leading.
Sustained.
all right. Please continue with respect to the photographs here.
Sustained.
All right. What is depicted in the central photograph indicating soil sample examined?
On March 4th, 1995, when I examined this sample, I put a piece of paper, clean paper, remove the soil debris from this envelope. That shows the overall view of those soil samples in this plastic bag.
What do the 2 pictures on the far right represent?
These 2 photographs are photo micrographs, taking the picture through a microscope, which shows besides the soil, there are large amount of trace material present in the soil, this soil sample.
And when you say trace material, what are you referring to?
I see dry vegetation, wood fragment, hairs, paint chip-like material, more hairs, fibers, a large amount of material in this amount.
And when a soil exemplar is taken, is the purpose of that to take it from an area where there is no activity to get a sense of what is generally in the soil? Is that the idea behind it?
Well, possible speculation.
Oh,
Generally, soil exemplar we're taking at the location which we think have activities.
So in other words, and what is the purpose of taking such an exemplar?
For example, subsequently you find a shoes, suspect shoes, you can compare the soil. Or you have hairs, you can compare the hair was original present in the soil or subsequently deposited on the surface.
I'd like to turn now to a discussion of the socks. And I'd ask that this board be marked defendants next in order.
all right, Mr. Scheck, which?
1352, I believe.
All right.
This first board marked 1352, entitled History of Socks, Item 13, June 13th, 1994 at Rockingham. Briefly, Dr. Lee, what is this?
I don't think there's going to be any foundation for personal knowledge.
Overruled.
He wasn't there.
This board consists of 3 pictures. These 3 pictures were supplied to me by Attorney Shapiro.
Next question.
All right. Picture number 1 represents what in terms of the bedroom?
Depicts an overall view, shows this corner of the bedroom and the rug on the carpet, the bed, and appear to be in the center of this picture appear to be a pair of socks.
Direct your attention to the picture on the upper right-hand corner.
This picture is taking appear to be a different point of time. We see some changes on the picture. However, this pair of socks appear to be in the middle of this rock.
And
Isn't
what
this-
is...
Isn't this redundant of Mr. Ford's testimony?
No, we're going in a different direction,
No.
right? Call your attention to close-up of 2 socks.
Yes,
And what does that appear to be in relation to the picture above it?
this appear to be a close-up showing this pair of same socks.
Now, is there anything about the way those socks are lying on the carpet that is of interest in terms of subsequent analysis?
Yes,
What is it?
these 2 socks, it's clearly in 2 different locations, not on top of each other. These 2 socks both have a similarity. The top appear to be folding downward. These 2 socks, both sides, the toe area cannot be seen whether or not due to this photograph, 2-dimensional representation, or in reality was tagged in, which I don't know. One sock appeared to be crunched in a 3-dimensional setting. The other one also is not flat. It's also crunched in certain fashion. These two socks, I cannot determine just by looking at inside out or outside in.
In terms of the proper practices for collection of these socks, what should be done?
If I do it, I cannot say about any other people. These two socks,
Responsive.
these two socks should be put in two separate bags. However, before I even pick it up, should note it, the condition. Dry, wet, moist, or damp. In addition, should definitely indicate inside out or outside in. The toe stuck inside or not, or exposed. The top, whether or not in fact fall down, works or not. A physical description and any obvious trace material or stain should be noted.
Your Honor, you have 2 minutes, and I have another board that'll take longer, so I would suggest for you time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our mid-afternoon break at this point. Please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. All right, Dr. Lee, you can step down. And Mr. Scheck, we're going to go till 4:45. Correct?
Quarter to four?
Objects? 4:45. All right, the record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Dr. Henry C. Lee is again on the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck. And Mr. Scheck, you may continue until 4:45.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Harris, could we have the next board, which would be defendants 1353.
53.
Oh,
Oops. I think we'll have to give juror number 1 hazardous duty pay and pay her $6 a day.
All right, now, Dr. Lee, you mentioned before that arrangements were made so that defense experts for the first time could actually examine items of evidence in this case at Albany Medical Center on February 17th and 18th and 19th, correct?
Sounds like testimony to me in the question, counsel.
Well, Your Honor.
Let's just proceed with what's there.
All right. Were you able to, you or other defense experts, to your knowledge, were you given an opportunity to actually examine physical evidence by touching it, microscopic examination, prior to the shipment of that evidence to Albany on February 17th, 1995?
No personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Yes,
And when was that?
February 16.
Now, in terms of the arrangements being made with respect to this evidence, what was your understanding about whether or not the socks were going to be sent to Albany?
I understand the socks was sent to a different location than Albany.
And was it your understanding that the socks were not going to be sent to Albany?
Sounds like testimony to me, counsel.
Your Honor,
This is testimony. Ask a question about what he did.
all right. May we approach for a second,
No.
Your Honor? That
No.
matter of judicial notice?
No, proceed.
Dr. Lee, do you have knowledge as to whether or not testing was scheduled on the socks for purposes of detecting EDTA by the FBI?
Calls for that hearsay, no personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Yes,
And when were you informed that was to take place?
That is hearsay. That's not a relevant issue. Counsel, we've had the testimony about EDTA. Let's proceed with what this witness did.
When did you get a call with respect to an opportunity to examine the socks?
the night of February 15, 1995.
Can you explain how that, where you were?
Not relevant.
Overruled.
That day, I was in Seattle, Washington, attend Academy of Forensic Science annual meeting, which held in Seattle. All the forensic scientists from
All right, that's not necessary. Just where were you? All right, next question.
Did you have plans to return to Albany?
I come from Connecticut, not Albany.
Did you have plans to go to the Albany Medical Center on February 17th after the convention?
Irrelevant.
Sustained. Counsel, the jury understands he's from Connecticut. He
may I
works in
approach?
Connecticut. No, proceed.
I believe the circumstances here are relevant.
Proceed. No, they're not. They're not.
Dr. Lee, when did you receive a phone call from me on February 15th?
Irrelevant. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes,
All right? And pursuant to that phone call, what did you do?
to make arrangement to come to Los Angeles to examine a pair of socks.
Did you have any expectation that you would be doing this?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes,
Where did you think you would have an opportunity to examine the socks?
Not relevant.
Sustained.
All right. When did you leave to come to Los Angeles?
at the 16, February 16, early morning, I left the hotel, probably 3:30, 4 o'clock, to Seattle airport to catch a flight, 6 o'clock flight to LA.
Was it your understanding, Dr. Lee, that this would be your only opportunity to examine the socks before EDTA testing was performed on them by Agent Martz.
Not relevant.
Overruled.
Yes, that's what my understanding. Before any additional test were done, that's the only opportunity to look at the socks in the original condition.
When you say original condition, you mean,
Sustained, leading.
what do you mean by original condition?
At that point, what I understand, the socks still intact, original condition when they collected.
Well, when you arrived, what happened, when did you arrive in Los Angeles?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Where'd you go?
I was picked up and drove to this courtroom.
And after you came to this courthouse, where did you go?
I was staying in the hallway. I wasn't allowed to get in.
Did you meet any other individuals?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did there come a time when you were allowed to go to the Piper Tech Laboratory, Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes,
And when was that?
I would say approximately 9:30, 10 o'clock, something around that neighborhood.
And when you arrived there, who were you with?
You and Attorney Newfield. Peter Newfield.
Do you mean was Mr. Blazier there?
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Or maybe him. You all look alike. I don't know.
Next question.
Thank you. And from around 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, when you arrived there, were we joined by anyone else from the district attorney's office?
Yes, quite a few assistant state attorneys.
And where were we waiting?
We're waiting in a hallway, front entrance hallway.
All right. About how long did we wait before you were given an opportunity to get into a room and begin examining the socks?
Compound.
Overruled.
A long wait, very long,
Right.
until approximately 12:40.
Did you have an understanding as to whether or not there was a deadline that you had in terms of your ability to examine these socks, when they would be taken away?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
I was informed in the afternoon, approximately 1:30, these socks going to fly to Washington.
Now, did you, starting at 12:40, have an opportunity to examine the socks?
Exact time is 12:41. I examined the socks.
All right. Now, before we get to this board entitled History of the Socks, item 13, February 16, 1995, examination at LAPD, I'd like to put on the board a prosecution exhibit, which is 285, entitled Henry Lee's Sock Examination.
Step down.
You may.
Dr. Lee, where did this examination of the sock take place?
It taking place a small conference room at the LAPD laboratory.
All right. Now, could you tell us, first of all, whose equipment was being used?
Before I left Seattle, I made a request because I cannot bring my own laboratory to LA. I was in a conference, give speech. I have no equipment, no camera, no gears. I say, have to provide me with all those equipment, all the gears, glove, anything I need. I was informed, yes, everything you need will be there.
All right. When you got there, what was provided to you?
When I get there, they provide a microscope, a box of gloves.
Now, this microscope, can you describe for us the nature of this microscope?
This microscope appears to be similar to a stereoscope. Have two ocular, so-called binocular. Will view from the top. The object is putting underneath, and the external light source was also provided.
Now, what was the quality of this microscope?
It's terrible shape, unacceptable at the scientific standard.
Why do you say that?
The ocular is moving, the objective shaking. I can't even focus. Looks like I need a lot of WD-40 something.
What was that?
Some kind of solution, WD-40 degrees type of solution. I can't even focus. I wasn't provide any micro photographer attachment. In other words, I have the inability to take pictures through the microscope,
What's been called photomicrograph?
photomicrograph, to document what I'm seeing.
What about the power of that microscope?
Because the adjustment almost impossible to make a true assessment. So impossible for me to make such determination.
Can you please describe your activities as depicted on Prosecution 285?
There are 7 lawyers in the room, including my good friend here, Mr. Gober, yourself, Blazer, Hutchman, he is another excellent attorney, and Attorney Clark, another excellent attorney, good friend, and another attorney.
You're indicating here Mr.
Mr.
Harmon.
Harmon used to be a friend. Also, they are laboratory people. When I walk in, I can see this feeling. I'm not welcome.
Anything said to you as to instructions at the beginning of this examination?
Yes.
What was that?
I ask what the procedure for this examination. What's the rule or regulation? What can I do? What can I not do?
What was said to you?
An individual, it's not the attorney, it's a laboratory scientist, say, you are the expert, you should know it, in a very mean manner and unprofessional.
Could you please go back to the board, describe what happened next in terms of what's depicted here, the course of the examination?
The next question I ask, is there any better equipment I can use? The same manner, that's the best we can give it. I feel a little bit upset for this uncalled for, unprofessional.
Mr. Scheck? I need to ask some questions here.
Now, this picture over here, there's an indication you're putting your arm into the bag up to the elbow. Why were you doing that?
To examine whether or not have trace material inside the bag.
The second picture shows you with a piece of paper in the bag. What are you doing there?
I did notice some trace material. However, I was instructed cannot be collected, so I put back to the paper bag.
What were you doing next with respect to the picture on the far right?
I noticed this socks already cut. 7 holes from the one socks 3 holes from another side. It's not in the original condition, which I understand.
Now, it's not depicted on this board, but another photograph has been shown in this courtroom of you holding socks up to the light for examination.
Yes.
Could you explain why you were doing that?
This is a simple, basic technique which we use called backlighting. If a fabric material, if any stand on it, if you lift it up, look, the light shine from the back. It's easily, quickly, you can identify potential stain. That's the first, basic technique we instruct students to do.
And incidentally, given the blood stains that were eventually identified in the sock, if in earlier examination the criminalist had picked up one of these socks and looked up into the light, would they have been able to visualize a blood stain if it were there?
Argumentative, as soon as facts known evidence.
In theory, should be able to see that. When I pick up the socks, I can see all the stain.
Dr. Lee, there's an indication here of moving from one sock to the other sock.
Yes,
And did you examine one sock and then the other sock?
yes, I examine one socks at a time.
Right? And between the examination of one sock to the other sock, did you change gloves?
Yes, I did.
Any question about that in your mind?
No question about it.
Now, can you tell us what you were able to observe? Is there anything else of note on this board?
Yes.
What is that?
I noticed this both socks in one bag, in one envelope. I made a comment. I said, why those 2 socks in one envelope?
And what is the significance of putting both socks in one envelope in terms of forensic procedure?
Start that initial moment. You pick up the socks, put in one envelope. You already contaminated both socks. You have a cross-contamination. It's no longer its virgin state.
Is there any significance in terms of this examination that you were not wearing a lab coat or a hairnet?
I wasn't provided with a lab coat nor a hairnet. After I look, these both socks already put in one envelope. Doesn't matter what I wear. Spacesuit, body arm, still contaminated.
Now, Dr. Lee, is there anything else of interest depicted on this board with respect to your examination on February 16th before we move to the defense board?
Yes. Because the difficulty of this microscope, I start using a magnifying lens to examine. The magnifying lens only can go to 4 times. Not really great magnification. I look at the microscope, yes, I can see some reddish stain, which resemble to blood. However, if I cannot focus onto the surface, I'm not sure. As a scientist, if anything, I'm not sure. I don't want to come to this courtroom to testify.
Now, Dr. Lee, as you were conducting this examination, what was and you indicated that began around 12:40?
Yes.
What was your understanding as to when it had to end?
Has to be ended before 1:30.
Move to the next board.
No, not yet. I haven't finished.
I'm sorry, you have a,
Well, who's doing the examination here, Mr. Sheck?
Dr. Lee, call your attention to the picture in the bottom right-hand column, turns inside out. Could you explain the significance of that?
I want to see both sides of the socks.
Why is that important?
The exterior surface and interior surface, if any transfer you should see both sides. Try to understand the nature or mechanism of any of those transfer.
With respect to the bottom left-hand photograph, could you describe what's going on there?
I'm taking pictures. However, only this is not a photo micrograph, just a regular picture. In addition, I put a ruler on top of the socks
Why'd you put a ruler there?
to show the dimension of this cutting.
Any other pictures that would assist you in describing the next board that's on the prosecution's board?
The ruler of this and that is a two different rulers.
Oh, these are, and what are these rulers?
The ruler, I carry a lot of rulers. As a matter of fact, like a business card. A lot of people collect my ruler, so usually after I exam, I just pass it away, give it to someone. In this day, I give quite a few rulers to people in the room.
All right, so these are two different rulers.
Yes.
Now turning to, I forget the number.
1353.
1353. Could you describe for us what these photographs are on 1353 concerning the examination you did on February 16th, 1995?
This board consists of 9 pictures, 3 columns. Column 1, picture number 1, depicts a portion of view of this brown paperback. Numerous writing on this brown paperback, initials, numbers, tape, which indicative numerous examination already performed. Second photograph depicts an envelope appear to be from Department of Justice. This envelope also have initials and writings and different date, which again consistent with this envelope being open, socks being examined. The last picture of this first column is an overall view. When I took the content out, consists of 2 socks, 2 little centrifuge tubes. Inside the centrifuge tube appear to be little fabric material remain in those tubes. Column number 2 depicts the socks.
Narrative, Your Honor.
Oh.
Depicts socks 13A. An overall view shows the socks with my ruler. On the socks, I notice some trace material and hair adhere on the socks. I did not remove it. Also, I notice their cutting. One of the cutting have blood-like stain on the periphery area. There are some red smear on the other side of the socks.
Dr. Lee, let me stop you right there. You say that this photograph is what is 13A.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And this is the cutout from the ankle stain area, 13A.
Yes.
And this is the cutout section was the material that was used to do RFLP typing by the Department of Justice and cell mark that got RFLP results consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson.
Yes.
Now, you've indicated that on what has been characterized in previous testimony as surface number 3,
Yes.
that you saw reddish stain.
Yes.
Did you put that in your notes?
No,
Why not?
I cannot document it. I cannot prove the existence of it. Therefore, I did not put down,
And you can't do that because?
because I don't have a equipment capable to do a close-up photomicrograph documentation.
Could you please move on to the column 13B?
Column 13B shows the other socks. Overall view picture is the first frame. Next picture shows the 3 cutting on the socks, some marking on the socks. The last frame of the socks again shows they are different stand and choice material are here on the socks.
Anything else of interest with respect to the socks on this board?
No,
And I'd ask that the next board be put up, which would be marked
54, 1354.
54. (1354), Your Honor, is entitled History of Socks, Item 13, April 2nd, 1995, examination at Taylor's Laboratory.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Lee, did you have an opportunity to examine the socks again on April 2nd, 1995?
yes,
And where did this take place?
this take Mark Taylor's laboratory in California.
And were representatives of the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory present?
Yes,
And when you were conducting this examination?
yes.
All right. Now, could you please describe for us, through these photographs, the examination?
The overall picture shows the package. April the 2nd, when this been transferred to me to examine. Before any cutting, I photograph document, now have more bags, envelopes.
Is it your understanding that between the time that you examined the sock on February 16th and this examination, that Agent Martz performed the EDTA testing at the FBI?
No personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you have an understanding an examination was performed at the FBI prior to you receiving this on April 2nd?
Sustained.
Please proceed.
Examine this envelope, I see FBI labels, which indicative this,
Well,
Sustained.
So first paragraph indicates the package.
yes.
In terms of your examination and the photographs, could you describe what was done next?
Next one, after these envelopes were cut open, inside contains an envelope. I photograph this envelope again to document the condition. Now I have more signatures and initials.
What is the photograph 13A, 42A?
13A, because this have different numbering system. I see some locations at 42, so that's why we said parenthesis 42A. That's one socks. The ankle stand depicts in this photo.
Now, to your knowledge, is 42A the Department of Justice reference to the sock, and 13 would be the LAPD item number?
Yes,
Were there any differences between the cutting as you saw it on April 2nd and the one on February 16th?
yes.
What are they?
I saw this hole being enlarged, additional piece being cut away. Initially, it's a rectangle shape, now become an irregular jagged-edged shape.
Call your attention now to 13B, parentheses 42B photograph. What's that?
13B, 42B depicts a close-up view, shows that 3 holes which been cut from this particular size.
All right. Call your attention now to a photograph that is called close-up 42A-1. What is that?
This because the question which we want to concentrate re-exam is related to this particular stamp. This particular stamp, which shows a close-up view, shows the surface 1 and surface 3.
Now incidentally, what kind of equipment were you using at the time of this examination?
I use my own microscope with photographic attachment. I also use a light source with my own light source.
And what is the magnification on that microscope?
It's approximately 7 to 70 times.
And why does the color change, incidentally, between the photographs in the middle that are dark and the close-up of 42A-1 that appears?
You have an external light source and start reflecting and photograph the document going to have an artificial light source, the color.
What is the next photograph in the upper right-hand side labeled close-up exterior surface left side 42A1?
This one depicts the area here, the periphery area, surface 1. Is a photomicrograph, approximately 25 times. Shows their blood stain on the surface. Still remain on the surface.
What is the photograph on the bottom right-hand?
The bottom right hand is approximately the same magnification, however, shows surface 3, one area of surface 3.
Can you make any observations from this photograph about surface 3?
Surface 3, if we look at this picture in around 5 o'clock, this location, I see numerous little dot, reddish color, blood-like substances.
You actually can see that on the picture entitled Close-Up Interior Surface.
Yes,
Would it be possible to just circle a few of them?
yes.
Before we turn to the next board has further close-ups, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, is there anything else of interest before we move to the next set of close-ups?
yes. At this magnification, I can see a different population of the blood-like material. Some appear in a ball shape. Other appear in a crust, flake type of shape. Some of those flake appear adhered on the fiber. Other appear to be loosely on the surface.
So those are flakes and balls,
And crust.
crust. Any other observations before we move to the next set of close-ups?
Now,
We have the next board, please. This would be, Your Honor,
1355.
1355, entitled History of Socks, Item 13, Close-Up View of Blood State on Item 13A, parentheses 42A. Dr. Lee, could you explain to us what these series of 6 photographs represent?
is 6 photographs. The top row 3 represent the exterior surface with magnification. The bottom row 3 from a picture represent the interior surface with magnification.
So the bottom row is what's known as surface 3.
Yes, sir. Now, we previously had, when Professor McDonald was testifying, two photographs put into evidence, one exhibit number 1277 and the other one 1278. They ask you to examine these and tell us if either of these photographs are also on this board. Yes. Exhibit number 1277 represent a view of the third column top. The landmark is a two curvature of fabric showing in the middle portion of this photograph. The second one, which represent in this board, is second column bottom frame, a ball-like reddish stand showing in this location. And so, this photograph, defendant's 1278, with the circle, the blue circle, that is what Professor McDonald is referring to as a little red ball? Yes, the same location, but this have a higher, bigger enlargement. All right, Dr. Lee, could you please proceed with your description of the examination you performed in terms of these 6 photographs? First row, exterior surface. On the surface, fabric surface, have blood-like stain. Those blood stains basically distribute on the fabric itself. These two views represent two different locations. When you enlarge it, you see the socks have gaps, little holes. When you look at the fabric itself, the weight pattern looks very tight. The fabric itself, very smooth. It's a non-absorbent type of a fabric. The blood stain basically sitting on the surface did not absorb into the fabric itself. These little holes, if you focus through the hole, you can see some reddish stain, blood-like stain went through the hole. Next row of picture depicts the surface 3. Again, we can see those little ball-like, bee-like material. However, it's become very difficult to photograph at the 70 time. The distance, room for focus getting less and less. So you only can focus and photograph one stand at a time. You cannot say take a picture shows a row of balls. You only can show one. The rest are going to be out of focus. This picture shows one of the better representation. Subsequently, I took some other picture and I see some little ball material in here. In addition, their piece of unknown substances was also found on the socks. Could you please circle on the photograph to the far right-hand corner some of the other little balls that you saw?
Now, Dr. Lee, altogether, how many little balls did you observe on April 2nd?
I observed approximately 10.
And you say that this observation was made by changing the focus of the microscope?
Yes.
Now, why did you just document these two pictures?
This examination, it's not a quantitative examination. It's not a laboratory test. The concentration become an important issue. The best analogy I can give it to you is if I goes to a restaurant, order a dish of spaghetti. While eating the spaghetti, I found one cockroaches. I look at it, I found another cockroaches. It's no sense for me to go through the whole plate of spaghetti, say there are 13.325 cockroaches. If you found one, it's there. It's a matter of whether or not present or absence. I'm not coming here to tell you exactly how many, what's the distribution or quantitative analysis.
Now, Dr. Lee, in order for these red balls to have come to be as they appear on surface number 3, does this require a transfer between surface 2 and surface 3?
It's not necessary to have a surface 2, surface 3, but surface 2 have to be contact surface 3.
So surface 1 has to contact surface 3.
No,
Surface
surface
2
two.
has to contact surface 3. That'd be lying on each other.
Right.
And in terms of the significance of these balls, what does that indicate? The form of those red balls.
It's consistent with this transfer in a liquid stage.
And how does that distinguished from you said there were flakings that you had seen in other photographs. What's the difference?
Those transfer, some could be in a liquid stage, did not form a ball, prior to the forming a ball, collapse, or could due to a secondary transfer from another surface during examination and get transferred.
Now, Professor McDonald testified that the stain on surface 1 and surface 2 and surface 3 was consistent with a transfer stain starting when the socks were laying on a flat surface and no leg was in the sock. Where that?
Calls for speculation or conjecture.
Overruled.
That's his testimony. I have nothing to dispute with him.
So you agree?
I agree.
Now, let me ask you, well, I take it if a leg is in the sock, you can't have contact between those two surfaces.
Very difficult to do such a contact.
All right. Let me ask you about some suggestions that have been made about mechanisms of transfer. Let me ask you to assume that this sock was at the crime scene and one of the victims, perhaps Ms. Simpson, grabbed the sock. Could that have caused the transfer, assuming there was a leg in the sock?
Overruled.
Before I answer this, the mechanism and manner transfer, that's two separate things. Mechanism and manner is different.
But could you please explain the difference?
A mechanism For example, if the blood goes through this little hole, did not touch the foot surface too. That's a mechanism. Just like a screen window, have little holes. When that screen window wet, the stain going to be on top of the screen window. Unless certain force, certain condition, that little drop of a liquid may go through the hole. And subsequently, if I have a contact, can soak through and get the formation. That's called mechanism. Manner can be touching with hand, touch with a pointer, touch with a ear, touch with a nose. Those manner can be different and can subject to a lot of interpretation and possibilities.
So let me rephrase my question in terms of the manner of transfer.
Yes.
Assume that these socks were at the crime scene on an individual. If they had been grabbed by one of the victims whose hands were bloody, could that manner of transfer have caused what you see?
It's highly, also speculation.
Oh, well,
It's highly unlikely.
Why is that?
If by grabbing, if both other side forefinger touch, I should see both sides have a contact or contact smear. In addition, if somebody's leg is inside of the socks, still will not cause this manner or mechanism of transfer.
If ask you that a suggestion has been made that you're aware that a phenolphthalein test was performed on the socks on August 4th, 1994.
sustained.
Well, I ask you to assume that a phenolphthalein test was performed on the socks on August 4th, 1994. Could the application of a swab and a phenolphthalein test to this stain be the mechanism of transfer?
If a phenolphthalein test, the technique used properly, in other words, not soaking the swab wet and wet, usually just moist the swab. It's not sufficient liquid to redissolve because the contact of the swab to surface should be brief. Shouldn't have that, but I cannot rule out all the possibilities. As a scientist, I only can tell you some may be consistent with, some may be high unlikely.
Is this one unlikely?
Oh, well.
It's probably unlikely, but I cannot rule out. I'm not the one did the swabbing.
Now, in terms of the blood crust and the issue of diffusion, does that have some relationship to your opinion that this is an unlikely mechanism of transfer?
Because here have sufficient amount of blood cross. On the surface, in general, we use a dry swab or dry filter paper, which will avoid this potential problem. Since all those crusts, you probably don't need to rub back and forth hard to cause it transfer.
It has been suggested that if a blood stain occurred on this sock and then someone was sweating in the socks, that this would cause the stain to dry more slowly and could be the mechanism of transfer.
Sustained.
Is that to the form of the question, Your Honor?
Foundation is what it is.
I'm sorry?
Foundation.
Foundation. Dr. Lee, let's assume that a blood stain was deposited on the sock. And then 10, 15 minutes later, during that 10, 15 minute period, someone was sweating in the socks. and then the socks were taken off, could that be a mechanism or manner of transfer that would be consistent with your observations here?
No foundation.
Overruled.
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
The blood stain on the surface still in an intact shape. If a blood stain dissolves, say the socks with a lot of sweat, should become a diffused pattern. But again, I cannot rule out any possibility. Maybe possible, but unlikely.
Last question. Assume, Dr. Lee, that the cutout was made of the socks. There was some powdering of blood. The sock was put into a freezer, taken out, and then condensation occurred. Could that form the little balls that you observed?
No foundation.
Sustain.
Assume that the socks were cut, that after the cutting of the socks, there was powdering of blood, that the socks were then put into a freezer. Assume further they were taken out of a freezer. Assume further there was condensation. Could that form the little balls that you observed?
No foundation. Calls for opinion speculation.
Sustain.
Well, Dr.
Foundation as to experience in this little thing, Counsel.
Well, do you have foundation? Do you have experience, Dr. Lee, with putting biological evidence in and out of freezers?
We store our biological specimen in the freezer. We have to take in and out once in a while, but not every minute. So I really cannot say take out every minute what kind of effect going to cause.
But do you take, when you say every minute, what do you mean by every minute? Right? If biological evidence is stored, I ask you to assume biological evidence is stored for a matter of days and then taken out, cutout is made, could powdering from that cutout, but let me start it this way. I'm running, maybe I should, rather than struggle with this hypothetical, my last hypothetical in this area, I think we should go to the dentist.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the evening. Please remember all my admonitions. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Most importantly, don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess. All right, when we regroup, I'd like to see counsel, and we'll proceed to our arguments on the other matters. And Mr. Rigwan representing the interests of Ms. McKinney. Let me ask, first of all, informally, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Munger, have you discussed the matters with Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Rigwan to see if you can informally resolve the matter?
Yes, Your Honor. I talked to Mr. Rigwan today and asked him if his client would agree to Detective Furman being included in the protective order that was provided around the tapes, and he indicated that his client was not willing to do that, so therefore I'm here.
All right. Mr. Hahn?
Yes, we've spoken with the attorneys. We were just speaking just before the court took the bench. They're still opposed to allowing the police commission access to copies of these materials. We're hopeful that we can continue to maybe persuade them, but perhaps the court could be helpful in that manner.
All right. Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Rigwan, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You seem to be regular participants here these days.
Unfortunately, what we did do is we offered to give access to both the City Attorney's Office and the Los Angeles Police Department and Mr. Mungar. under our supervision in our office so that they can listen to any and all portions of the tape that they feel is necessary for their own interests and to let them read from the corresponding transcripts. We are reluctant to make other copies, as the court well knows, where there's a terrible problem with leaks and it's debilitating the value of my client's intellectual properties, and I have to do everything I can to protect against that. So at least the city attorney's office and the police commission and the LAPD have already taken us up on our offer. They've been in our offices in the last 2 days, and they're going through these materials. And I don't know how they can better their investigation aside from just listening to these tapes and taking their appropriate notes and hearing what they need to hear. I don't think it's necessary to actually have to make other copies and have them floating around. That's just posing another danger to our clients' intellectual property interests. And we are doing everything we can to cooperate. We know everybody has a lot of concerns regarding these materials. We've been working with everybody. We just don't want to make other copies available to other people. But we will give everybody access for their own purposes.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Hahn, that the Police Commission has had access to at least be able to listen to the tapes and take notes and review the transcripts?
That's correct, Your Honor, and for the past 2 days that's been going on. I apologize for the fact that we just now were able to prepare some documents that were submitted to the court. Included in those documents is a declaration from the Commission President, Deirdre Hill, indicating that she has gone over and taken advantage of this offer, but that she believes in order for the Commission to really do its job and for the Police Department to be able to fully investigate these matters, this is a somewhat cumbersome way of doing things. And taking notes when sometimes the exact words are going to be important is not as accurate for them. In order to do the kind of investigation that would satisfy them and have that kind of reliability, they'd want to go back and review portions of these transcripts, review portions of these tapes. Maybe there's words that are unclear that need to be listened to by 2 or 3 people. We don't know yet what the accuracy of the transcripts are versus what is actually on the tapes. Those kinds of issues are ones that certainly we can get a general idea by listening and taking notes, but it's not the way, and I'm sure the court is familiar with this, that Los Angeles Police Department likes to conduct these kinds of investigations. And they believe in order to do a proper investigation, which they believe the public really demands, that they need access to these materials in a way so that they can view them on their time, on their schedule, and in a way that's most beneficial to getting at the bottom of these allegations to see whether or not there's any truth to them, see whether or not this is going to lead to further investigations. And while we're very grateful for the opportunity to be able to listen to these tapes and to review the transcripts at the law office, it really is not going to be the way that we can complete this investigation.
All right, Mr. Hahn, you indicated, did you file something this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I have not had the chance to peruse that.
Fielding information, I wish only to use them for as long as it takes me to review them with my client. I will immediately return them. I'm not in the same position as the city with a administrative investigation. I have a live witness that's going to take the witness stand that's supposed to be a perjurer.
All right. The difficulty I have, counsel, is that this is a relatively unusual situation for which there is no guidance or precedence. We have 2 non-parties, the City of Los Angeles and Detective Furman, coming to this court asking for access to evidence that we have gotten by means of a subpoena ducis tecum through the interstate process, that the person who owns these materials, owns it both physically and as an intellectual property, has consented to give us these materials without too much of a fight, and has asked for reasonable restrictions on the use of those items. The problem being is that for reasons that are pretty transparent, those items have been leaked and has the impact of, I don't know that it necessarily diminishes, of which I think we all agree is not a professionally prepared transcript. I understand the prosecution has prepared their own transcript, and I believe that was delivered to the court this morning. Is that correct, Ms. Clark? All right. And the defense has also prepared some of its own transcriptions as well. Is that correct, Mr. Cochran? All right. So now we're going to have 3 sets of transcripts as to one tape, all from 3 different sources. Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Rigwan, I am acquainted with these 3 counsel, Ms. House, Mr. Munger, and Mr. Hahn, and I have great faith in their professional integrity. I am inclined to request you to talk to your client to allow the court to give to Mr. Munger and Mr. Hahn and Ms. House 1 copy for the police commission, 1 copy for Mr. Munger of the district attorney's prepared transcript, with each copy with the appropriate do not copy stamp on it, so we can tell if it ever turns up again, photocopy where it came from. But I feel confident that I could order both Mr. Hahn and Mr. Munger not to make any copies and to return those transcripts to the court within a reasonable period of time. I understand you would need, however, the consent of your client to do that. And if you could consult with your client, contemplate that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will do as you request. However, I'm sure this court has the same level of confidence for the professionalism of all the other attorneys here. And as we know, something is amiss and something has been leaked by somebody this court has confidence in. And the more people that have this...
Well, Mr. Schwartz, what I said is I have personal confidence in Mr. Hahn, Mr. Munger, and Ms. House, since I know these people. That's what I've said. So,
Oh, okay, Your Honor, I will ask my client for her permission to do that. We would request, if she's so inclined, reimbursement for the copying costs.
actually, what I had in mind is the transcript prepared by the district attorney's office.
Okay, that would be fine as long as it's okay with my
It would
client.
not be at her cost.
Subject to my client's approval, that'd be fine.
All right, and my staff would do the stamping for purposes of photocopy protection.
Okay. May I address the issue of the leaks and the proposed hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. We've done...
Actually, counsel, let me do this. Let me ask you to step in the chambers and discuss this matter with the court reporter, 2 counsel from each side.
That'd be fine.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
let's do that.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may I just address one thing before we leave the bench?
Yes.
I understand that there is also under seal a proffer of items that would be offered against Mr. Furman. May I also get a copy of that document?
Yes, I'll order that. And the people's response.
Last question.
A request for Detective Furman's counsel to have a copy of the proffers that have been filed.
Your Honor, may I say one thing in this matter? And then I'm really glad to see Mr. Munger here as a fine criminal lawyer. This is in the nature of impeachment, and I think that before the court orders that, I would think the court would want to perhaps hear from the defense in that regard. This is our proffer, and I would just think you'd want to do that. It seemed reasonable and fair. This is the nature of impeachment. These are tapes that we pursued and we got, and so I would ask the court to consider that before you make some final order.
Right, well, you're objecting, I take it.
Well, I'd like to
Think about
it. I'd like to think about it if I might.
Right.
If you don't mind. Here.
All right, I want to deal with the issue of the leaks, however, with counsel.
And provide Mr. Munger with a copy of people's, that the court's copy be provided to Mr. Munger of other people's transcripts.
Well, I mean, I'll make arrangements to have it photocopied. I'm not asking you to do that.
Your Honor, today I need excused or this court wants to hear the swatch issue section.
Sure, why not? Why not? I thought we were going to do that Friday.
Oh, okay.
That was our agreement, I thought.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We're busy.
I just wanted to make sure.
All right, let me see counsel in chambers with the court reporter.